Hello out there, everybody.
Hi. So,
Hello.
last time you five and Professor Dex went to the volcanic lair of King Omnithivus and his children, um, now defunct and without protection. You acquired some of the spoils from Vesoth, ancient Vesoth there. Um, and you got a lot of stuff from the wizard's workshop. Naya had a interesting encounter with a scrying mirror, but we talked about that plenty.
Yeah.
Um, Mission successful. You decided to come back to All Saints with the now that things have kind of calmed down, um, and there's no more war on. The prime directive of the commission can continue, which is go get to that tower. Of
We'll secure our holdings, then get to the tower.
course,
We can't just race off into there with willy-nilly. If we don't secure our holdings, we risk crumbling.
Yeah, we definitely can't risk willy or nilly. They're both essential to the commission.
I like Willy and Nilly. They both need to stay exactly where they are.
uh, yes.
Yeah.
By the way, this is a little bit late, but Montlaurent, you had a birthday a while back, so got that down probably.
What season is it?
It's midsummer now.
Nice.
The date the date following the current ongoing Redshift, the 4th of Lugaus. Um, we're already getting through summer and getting into fall. It would be a very good thing, your your comrades think, if we could get to this tower before winter. That um, whatever camps and fortifications we're going to have to build will be a whole lot easier to do outside of the snow. Uh, yeah, when you get back to All Saints a couple days after your trip to the volcano, um, the redshift will be starting soon. If you get back in the daytime, the kobolds will, for the most part, all be nestled up in their hovels that they've created. Um, some have dug basements. Some have found ruined buildings that are primarily intact and draped tarps over the fronts to block out the light. Um, and They've adapted fairly well to being nocturnal around here, considering they mostly outnumber you. Um, so while you're sleeping at All Saints, it's to the sound of kobolds doing work and things like that all around town.
Nice, nice. That means at least party hours can be a little fun.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's got to be overlap, right? And so some of them, um, some of them are flexible enough to come pop around during the daytime, but generally they don't like to do that if they can avoid it.
Nah, nah. I'm expecting the time that they're waking up is the time where maybe Alvastapper wants a good drink after a long, hard day's work and probably tries to teach Kimmick or Guza, how to play dice or cards or something.
Guza Guza's a quick learn at that sort of thing. Um,
Sweet.
yeah, you're gonna get back. I think we got back last time actually, um, and talked about your success. So You're here. The Redshift is on. If you all want one long rest, you can have it. I think a few of you need.
Hmm.
Bam.
Yeah, I'll definitely take that.
Taken.
I did too. I hit it once.
Better heal Dex.
Before long resting, I might want to think about trying a contact other plane.
Okay, sure. I did want to talk to you about that spell book too, but let's do this contact plane thing first. Because I have some just a little bit of advice for you about that spell book. But yeah, go right ahead. I
Definitely hit a
I
long
assume
rest.
you'll want to deliberate about the 5 questions.
Yeah. Yeah, I figure we would have kind of done that ahead of time, or we will do that now ahead of time.
You've got plenty of time.
Okie dokie.
It's
Let
probably
me-
maybe
Bring up the
outside
spell
realm
so
of
that way we have
vision.
the description.
Yeah, actually, thank you. That answers my question.
Let's see. Is contact other plane.
Oh, they changed the font. It's weird.
Oh, yeah.
I can kind of read it better. It is weird though, but it's serifed.
It is.
The title one is, the rest are not.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It is different though.
So yeah, you make the saving throw. You get 5 questions. You get 1-word answers. 1-word or short phrase answers to the best of this extraplanar entity's knowledge.
Okay. I'm going to take it to Discord for a second here.
Now, as always, this is not necessarily a specific person that you're contacting, nor is it an omniscient person. But you've, of course, proven in the past that whatever you contact with this does have some knowledge about your world.
Okay.
That's proven reliable.
Rich.
I think
Yeah.
I'd word that a little differently, Alice Tabber.
Well, because the answer is irreverent, right, and one worded. I just want to know if it's possible for us, or there you go. We can reword it like that. Is it possible for us to approach the tower?
Right. So the way that I would reword it
Yeah.
would be something like, is there anything preventing us from being able to approach the tower? That's a yes or no answer.
Sure.
Because the way things look, we should be able to approach the tower. So what we need to know is if there's another glass wall.
According to what EF told you about the Redshift, his siblings did not go to the tower frequently, if at all. You're not sure if he had any knowledge about it. That makes sense. But he did not mention anything in the way. It sounds like once you exit the All Saints Desert, it's more or less a straight shot over green fields toward where Bessie's.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. By the way, Montlarin, just for the record, I have you down as 66 years old.
Indeed. Yes, thank you.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Not a kid anymore.
And-
Haha.
Naya's birthday is in a week, actually.
I thought it was in September.
Uh,
Alpha Stabber,
that's this month.
that's hilarious. Alpha Stabber is as old as I am.
Yes, he is.
That I did not intend that. Alpha Stabber was younger than me when I started.
Wait, how does that work though? Time has passed slower in game than reality.
That's it.
Yeah, it's only been 3 years.
In game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've aged him 3 times. I don't know. Maybe he's always. Could he be older then? No, because I've aged him only 3 times, so no. He's younger than me.
It's gonna be another 110 years before Van has a triple digit age again.
Okay, maybe he started out older than me. That has to be him.
I suppose he must have.
Yeah. Now we're the same age. Yeah, no, that's how math works.
Well, and then later there's gonna be like a 50 to 100 year time skip, and he's still gonna be alive.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Starting his own
Is
You
he
call it
gonna
agent?
play out your
presumably, we'll find out if he's still alive.
Yeah, if he survives, are you gonna have him deploying out your JoJo's Bizarre Echo Knight character as one of his underlings?
Mine?
Yeah, I know you said you wanted to play an Echo Knight, or you suggested it for the next campaign.
Yeah, perhaps. It would be cool. I definitely want to play into this little aspect of Serb's world that I kind of thought up.
At the very least, somebody has to give Serb the joy and pleasure of somebody playing a primary, no multi-classing fighter.
I have dissent for that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Thief fighters. They're just a spicy
Let's
fighter.
see. I don't know how I want to go with this. Does anybody else have any other thoughts on questions?
Is there anything preventing us from safely approaching the tower at Vess? The Star Tower at Vess, let's be specific. Does the Redshift have a will of its own? Is the Redshift controlled by an entity who exerts its wills through it? Can the Redshift be controlled by an entity who exerts its will through it? Perhaps. Is the will of the Redshift a part or resident of the tower at Vess? Interesting. Yeah, I see why that's a 3B question, because it either or, even if we edit it, if the answer is yes, then that answer or that question becomes relevant.
So from that, what else does
Lauren.
anybody have?
Lauren in the other chat says, "Oh wait,
Oh no,
those
that's
are
not
random
questions.
downtown."
Those-
Yep,
yeah,
nope.
Yep.
That's why I started there.
That was why I threw them in chat. In fact, I didn't want to get in the way.
Okay. You covered what I was thinking. Is it 5 questions you said?
It's 5. Well, it's up to 5. So if you can't think of a 5th one, that's okay, I guess.
We should probably think about other ones.
What should I
Yeah.
have for dinner today?
Hmm.
What will it take to stop the Redshift?
What is the safest way to the tower? No, that is a good one, but one answer is maybe not sufficient for it. Um,
I mean,
It can
what
give you
is
it can give you a short phrase if one word would not be viable.
3C? What is the easiest way to exert will through the redshift?
hmm.
I think your questions are interesting, but they make assumptions.
That's why it's 3C.
Yeah.
It is hierarchical. If 3 gets answered yes, then 3B is asked, and then 3C would be asked. Which would be 5. Or 4? No, that would be 5.
Oh wow, I'm sorry everybody. I muted one mic, but I didn't mute the other ones. I
Can
apologize
the
for
redshift be
anybody.
turned
Ariotto, my
on
apologies. That
itself?
was your murder.
We were thinking about that last session.
Right.
That's a good question to ask an extraplanar entity who might have knowledge, or sorry, theoretical knowledge of it, like asking a mathematician if you can teleport something. You know, they'd be
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, you theoretically could, but it'd take a massive amount of energy. That kind of scenario. Yeah, that's all I can really think of.
Actually, I think the fifth one.
Can the redshift be turned in on itself is one that we already asked during the last session, so I think perhaps that one is a good one to ask.
Because the other thing I'm wondering is if the tower is even entirely in this plane, or if it is perhaps a plane in and of itself that we can happen to see from here.
Yeah. How do we enter the tower is a good one.
Yeah, right. How do we enter tower?
Yeah, maybe not though, actually, because what's his name just flew in, so that can be misinterpreted.
But he might have had some magic protection, though.
That's true.
It might have been trying to, like, melt his mind and body in some way he could resist for, a little bit or something. I don't know.
Right.
So I think these are the 5. First, though, I've got to survive the saving throw. So why don't you stand close to me with that aura of yours?
Happy to.
Hang out for a little while. Do this little ritual here for. Well, it's only 11 minutes. Big deal. And we're going to saving throws 15 versus int. Yeah, I think that
Nice.
passes. All right. No going stupid on us this time.
All right, you have 1 minute. What is the first question?
Is there anything preventing us from safely approaching the tower at Vess?
Yes.
Does the Redshift have a will of its own?
inscrutable.
Is there a way to approach and access the tower at Vest without magic protection or teleportation?
Likely.
How can we find a path to the tower that is safe?
Wow. Freestyle.
How can we find a path to difficult question?
How? Yeah, how is difficult?
Can you elaborate on your intention behind this question? Specifically, by what do you path to?
I mean, like, is this something that we would discover on foot? Is this something that we would have to discover through like magical scrying? Is this
So
something?
your intention is asking for a safe path from Alsanes to the location of.
Yeah, like what
Okay.
would be the way that we would, do that?
The answer to that question number 4, is look to the past.
Ooh, I like that.
Yes.
And then the fifth one is the tower at Vest entirely contained within this plane of and dimension of existence?
Entirely.
Okay. So it isn't a plane in and of itself. Good to know.
Yeah, and it's not bleeding through somewhere else either.
Yes. Okay. Look to the past. So it seems like maybe what we need to do is find some way that we can regularly tap into those events that go to the past. We have only ever discovered them by going to a place for the first time. And even then, that
Well,
wasn't everywhere.
Right. I was going to say we've been roughly following Holtzman. So what we should probably do is see if there's a way to research what happened to him after Alsanes. Like, did he go to the tower? Will we find him on the way? You know, that kind of thing.
He told us to get to the tower at Vest as quickly as possible, didn't he?
That was his companion,
Nicta.
or rather, that might have been Kieran who told you to get to them.
And in the
Yeah, that
last
sounds right.
one, who still survived? It was Holtzman and who else?
Well, you assumed that Nicta met her fate at Alsanes, which leaves Holtzman and Barbarian Guckery.
Did Gakuri ever express where they had wanted to go or what the plan was that they had been thinking about?
This might be a little bit of a refresher of events from years ago, but she had always perhaps struck you as somewhat reluctantly following Holtzman. You may have learned at some point during your travels together that she was hired on by him to make this journey through Vesoth. Um, that information has been hidden from you
Okay.
held a conversation, and you have traveled with for a couple hours here and there, once or twice. So, um, but um, for someone hired as a mercenary, he has loyally followed um, through all sorts of trouble, and was, of course, instrumental in rescuing Princess Ceres from the pirates.
Gotcha.
She didn't herself express any real strong desires about where they were going.
I gotcha. Okay. Well, we could potentially expect then that he went north, but I wonder if he had been sent to the south for some reason. We need to go there.
The last time you spoke to him in Elsin, or rather when you sort of eavesdropped on his conversation with King, and before you interrupted it by telling him you were from the future, um, uh, King Erditus offered, he asked Holtzman to come to Vest.
That's what I had kind of remembered. So then
Yeah.
that would be the direction. Now, we don't know if there were any camps or anything along the way. That little town that we came across the first time we had a little flashback with them where we set the cairn down. Was that even on any of our modern maps of the area or older maps of the area?
No, that was a very tiny known in particular in the kingdom for a uh local festival that they performed.
And having a
But
giant problem, apparently.
which the festival was founded upon.
Mhm.
But the entire rest of the year, that was a tiny nowhere.
So there are potentially little bips and boops of little villages along the way between here and there where there may have been some locus of power where not only will we potentially see a flashback, but also potentially.
Absolutely, yeah. I want to make it extremely clear that the map you received for this in the past labeled the major south.
Yeah.
Any civilization prime would have dozens of smaller towns and hundreds of tiny villages in the space the size of the. For the most
Right.
part, any of those that you would have passed by on your journey have long since turned to rot and rubble and been buried. Occasionally, you'll find the remains of a wall or, like a helmet buried in the dirt, or like the head of a spade. Um, but
Or in that one case, that really well built manor that got all carved up and wacky.
exactly, yeah. And here and there, some things have been preserved by the red, or by chance.
Well, let's hope for some untouched ancient villas and homesteads and stuff that are in good condition along the way that we need to get some bearings. There has to be a lot more like
what about the city over southeast of All Saints? The one with the
Down by the mountains.
proxy.
Yemery, yeah. It's not on the way to Beth, but there is. It is.
I mean, as an
a
example
travel-
of pretty large settlements.
Mm. And that
That
one's
one's still there and
Mm-hmm.
functioning.
And that one's kind of a special case because you know that it was almost more
Military
of a
base.
fort than a town.
Well, and it has become one over the
Yeah.
millennia.
I
It was like a
wonder.
military academy originally, though, right? Like it was something like that.
Yeah, like the proxy there was designed to train vessels.
Right.
Hmm.
We should ask Arissa where people would stop on the way to Vest from Alsane's.
Yeah.
Yep, I think that's a good idea.
Very good idea.
You know, and the other thing I'm thinking, Naya, the flyover that you might have been thinking of doing, maybe just trying to spot up ruins that we'd be able to potentially shack up at or utilize.
Yeah. And actually, at this point, I'm a bit more leery about scouting the tower from the air now.
Yeah.
So just scouting out the landscape and looking for signs of life or previous life, that's fine. I don't have any issue with that.
All right, well, feel free to move your token. Oh, you also might want to take a long rest.
I clicked long rest, but it only healed me to 57, and I'm assuming that's because I did the negative 12 down here.
Oh, do you have negative 12 max health?
Yes, I do.
Was that for a reason? Or
I'm trying to remember if that was because I died, maybe?
That for a reason.
you could probably set that to 0 and then set your health back to 69. I don't remember taking your max health.
It's because I died.
I'm pretty sure that was overlap.
While you're walking over to Arisa, I did want to say one thing to them about that spellbook. You, of course, thanks to that dragon horde that you found, you have enough money. Copy spells as it. Simply note that you have 8 hours a day. You have the time required in the rules. I will leave it to you to do the math. The spells on the document are split up by spell level. And as usual with the prince's spellbook, which is 500 pages, and your spellbook, which is normal size of 100 pages, spell takes up a number of pages equal to its level. So I will leave it to you to keep track of the time spent and number of pages and everything that you want to deal with.
Okay. Do cantrips take any pages?
No.
Okay. Cantrips, they're just a little side fold somewhere in the book cover.
Cantrips are canonically they're spells that you have practiced so much that you don't need to prepare them in a book. You memorize them properly.
That's the truly awesome thing about arcane tricksters. They've memorized things like first levels.
Yeah, that's why they get 3 spells, because they've got them prepared in their head permanently. Okay, so yeah, Nimbus, I'll leave that to you. If you have any questions about one of the spells or anything, let me know. Let me just tell you how much downtime you have this week. The Redshift that you are wading through right now is 10 days exactly.
Nice.
So that's 10 8-hour days.
That's pretty damn good.
8-hour work days. Yes. So, Arisa is here.
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought that was the tail end of what you were just saying. Yeah, I would actually like to call Eska over too, if she doesn't mind. I was hoping for some information about the past. And I know that you were both there. So, Eska, do you remember a time when a wizard attempted to steal an artifact from the museum here while the king was in residence? It would have been near the end.
Now that you mention it, I think I did. There was a big to-do around the museum too far off from the. I never really got all of the details, but I heard that there was a terrorist attack and robbery.
That's the
Why?
one. At the time, a group of heroes gave their lives almost to a man to resolve the situation. The last of them to survive was a man named Holtzman, who the king bid follow him to Vess. We're kind of on their trail, but we don't know where they would have gone from here on the way to Vess. Was there a place where the king and his entourage would have stopped along the way? Would they have ridden straight to the tower?
Well, you know I can't travel in Arsa chimes in, and I barely ever left the tower. But it would have been a journey of about 6 days for them. From here, from Alsanes to Vassar, of 6 in good weather and nice. Nimbus, get your second book. I'll tell you about King Jor later. She says, so, mostly, what travelers is they would stop at way houses. Occasionally, those way houses be located in smaller town along the road. I know one town on about halfway from between and Ven- a little town called there there was a knight, well, a man by the name Peter, if I remember correctly. His estate was ways off the have to diverge a day, half day or so. But I've known my king and occasionally stop by there to take part in his accommodation when they were traveling from here to there.
Alvis, I will yell across the quay. Elvis Taver. Could you perhaps, using your skills as a map maker, assist our fine compatriots here with marking the location of this estate on the map as best as they can?
Oh, most definitely, I can do that. Bring out a draft copy so that this one can maybe accidentally get wet.
Yeah,
Right.
Neither of them have ever been there, but based on Eska's directions Aris's familiarity with the road itself, um, you're able to roughly point at a region where this little this knight's home may have been located. It would be uh taking a straight line from All Saints to Vess, going about a day or a day and a half north around the midpoint, um, is where you'd expect that to fall. So it's like northeast and a little bit north.
Gotcha. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for your help. Now we have a place we can start looking at least.
Also, I actually, while I was writing my reports over there, I had a question, perhaps for Arissa, and it'd be good to ask you too, Mont. Um, if if the secretary has anything to do with what's going on at the Star Tower, or is even located at the Star Tower, I felt like perhaps it might be prudent uh, if we try to investigate Gimmery more than we have. Now, it's not an asset for war, so I'm not nearly so fixated on it because of the potential of an army, but more it's to perhaps gain a better understanding of what might be uh, expected once we get up there.
In a worst case, it would be nice to settle the debt.
No, no, well, that's something a paladin would. Yes, yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Arisa says, I may have said this before, but the secretary and proxy, uh, she's an incredible person. Uh, but I don't know what if Redshift might have done to her. I mean, me, well, this is this thing, I suppose. But I'm this way. My proxy gave up her life for me. Um, the one at Gemery is, well, she seemed sort of like herself, but um, not.
Also lost.
Yeah. Um,
Sort of reliving the city.
I I do want to talk to her. I'm I'm just worried because I was able to interface with your obelisk so easily when investigating, and
Exactly. We would need to create a quarantined system.
I don't even know if that's possible. I can talk to Dex about it. Maybe we can come up with some kind of solution. And maybe if we're extremely careful, uh,
And I know you hold the secretary dear, and honestly, I would like to see the secretary as you've described them, but this is the exact kind of technology I feel like we need to understand if worst case scenarios uh, that the secretary might have something to do with the red state and its current order.
I I mean you're right. If
For
if
instance, it could be, and this is just a shot in the dark, which is why I haven't said anything about it yet, but the recreation of the past in the way that we've seen it, especially with what's going on in Gimri, if the secretary is more powerful, I don't want to say it that way, Orissa, but if the secretary has more capability than you do, and you have lots of capability, recreating moments of the past, I don't feel would be difficult for it, especially if it had the ability to bend the will of the Redshift on occasion. Uh,
if if she's been doing that, she's she's lost her way, and she if she has all of her if she's alive and if she has all of her wits about her, she'd never do this. And
Exactly.
any of it.
Exactly.
If it turns out that she's responsible for any of the Redshift and actively participating, then I mean,
Ultimately, I don't think you could put blame on that on the secretary. I think this is a thing with multiple people at fault. It's one of those situations that's honestly a tragedy. But if those flashes from the past were, let's say, the secretary, it would at least say that some semblance is about, just enough semblance to have the Redshift go on alert and attack certain things, but enough semblance to know what we're trying to do and perhaps give us certain hints and clues to set things right, as a secretary would.
well,
Same with what's going on at Gemery. I mean, the person seems to have their best intentions, but have, maybe, right?
yeah, you're right. Yeah, you know what? I'll talk to Dex. We'll see what we can do about an obelisk. I mean, if we have to go to Gemery and you set up an obelisk there, and then if anything crazy happens, you can always just rip it apart, right?
It's the quarantining that we need to be able to focus on. We don't want it a part of the system, but we do need to figure out how to get you out there too. See,
Yeah,
that's the
that's the
biggest
trick, isn't it?
interesting. That spy device also had a lot of uh, potential. Perhaps if you could speak through it.
Maybe if she'd recognize me by just my voice, then perhaps. Um,
How much
I
memory
guess
she actually has, but we did tell her that we were coming on your behalf.
right. Well, it might be worth a try.
Please
If
do
you
talk to Decus.
if you decide to go there, let me know. I'll do everything I can to help.
That's for the rest of the team to decide. Like ultimately, this was just it's been a bugging me.
Yeah.
All right, if that's all you need from me, I'm gonna go tell Lucent about this maybe side trip, both the estate that we have pinpoint on, and perhaps revisiting Gemery.
All right.
Absolutely.
Nimbus. You can King's Roar is a particular version of the spell Summon Draconic Spirit. Specifically,
Oh, that
it
one.
evokes a aspect of the prince's father. Um,
Would that even work now that he's dead?
good question. I mean, you need a you
Engraving
need
of a
a
dragon.
500
Yeah.
gold dragon engraved image. So if
Would
I
have
mean, if you
to
wanna
go
out of your
back and
way to
get one
try
of
it.
those. Oh well.
Anyway, toward the end of the Redshift, I'll get to that thing you said in it. But
Sure.
also
Yeah.
you got directly on the spot I need on.
Oh.
No, it's okay. Because toward the end of the break in the Redshift, several more of your companions arrive at all saints from Chose. Included among these are Smithy and his golem, Pontus, Mercutio. Many of the workforce of the commission have been working these past couple of weeks to get moved up. And the flying over their heads is the little orange dragon.
Ruby.
Or is he supposed to be yellow by now?
Oh no,
I don't remember. It's been so long.
it has been a
I
while.
thought it was orange. Or at least when you said little orange dragon, I knew who you meant.
Well, that they change color as they grow up. I just don't remember the order.
So he'd be yellow if he's older than 10 years old. I don't know if it's been that long. But we'll say he's still orange. Maybe he's half molted by now. And flitting over the heads of the Mara children who have accompanied Lufael and the rest of it all the way over. Ruby zips over, and Naya, he dumps a load of seeds and tiny jars of nectar in your hands.
What a guy.
He says, grandmother wanted me to make sure that you got all of it.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's lovely to see you. It's been a long time.
They said you defeated your dragon.
We did.
Yes.
Can you imagine it? We did.
Old dragon.
I'm working on a song about it, actually.
So there's no more fires around the forests.
Yep.
Well,
Things can begin to heal.
We can't guarantee that the redshift itself won't create spontaneous combustions and fires, but no, for the most part, nobody's actively summoning methods and things that are going to devour the forest anymore.
He's been.
How many hours of spell entering would you say I've got through this whole thing?
The redshift is this redshift is 10 days. So you got 10 8-hour workdays.
Okie dokie.
The day of spell, right? So that's 10 spells. That's nice.
Well, that's
it's like a hour per spell level, or a half hour if it's in your domain, right?
Got
it's 2
So
or 1 in your domain.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I never play wizards, so.
Me either.
Copy those spells.
Yep.
Now, Montlaurn, did you want to do this thing with Mazir, or did you want to wait until like evening time to get her alone, or?
Yeah, my intention was to not alarm anybody. So yeah, this would be something I would be doing discreetly.
Okay. Then we'll hold on to that for a bit.
Sure.
I don't have a token for him, but Smithy is here, and so is Pontus, like I said. And they have been eyeing this dragon that you all have preserved here.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch it.
Pontus says, "Oh, but this is the classic situation. We have to we have to get at it, don't we?"
Maybe wear gloves.
If you can,
I mean,
between the two of you, if you can figure out that it is in fact rendered in a state that it is not dangerous and deadly, but usable, then by all means. But we're not 100% sure that what this dragon carcass represents here is something that you actually want to touch or have on your thing.
right. That dragon touched that tree and ended up the way it did. So
Right.
Hmm.
Right. Trixie.
Well, what do we
Tongs,
say?
maybe?
We have tongs are a great idea. Gloves, a long stick. Sure. Uh, so they're chattering about that. And I assume at a certain point, you or Albus would probably raise um stuff about the adamantine, the smithy, because now's the time where you start getting that all commissioned up too. Um,
Oh hell yeah! I was also gonna like kind of look at the plating and armor of Aura and try to see how I could, maybe sheer up Keen a little bit more.
well, I think we kind of outlined what you wanted to do with the adamantine
Oh
last
yeah,
time.
no, yeah,
So
that's not what the adamant. That's a different.
yeah. Did I write that down?
You put down the burrow speed.
I did put
Um,
down the burrow speed.
not the
I
bayonet.
think you
Yes.
guys wrote down what items. So
Yep. I was gonna make the mithril. What is it? Oh, sorry, adamantine whip, and then we
yes.
got the burrow speed for Keen and bayonet.
oh yeah, I forgot that was a weapon. I just meant to click the description in, but that's cool.
Smitty says, "Well, you're
adamantine.
gonna have to give me at least a week to get the workshop set up here, but I'll do it.
Ask the goals. It'll take 2 days.
Sure, I'll ask the kobolds to help."
There you go. There you go.
I guess the Azers already left, didn't they?
We'll take
Yeah.
half the time.
Um, uh, in that case, we'll get your gear sorted before by the time what once you get back from your next mission.
Fantastic.
And
Appreciate the hustle, man.
see if we can't get you a shield or something out of this dragon. He caused enough grief for us, didn't he?
I like shields.
Yep.
Shield out of the dragon? That's
Sure, he's got some big
Yeah.
scales.
wicked.
Dragon scale shield. That's classic, man. Hell yeah.
Man, if
I know.
anything,
That's so classic. It's like, no, dude, if you play with us, I'll give you a dragon scale shield.
Right now, I expect to.
It is
just
it
gonna-
is as they say classic, but you can't really deny the greatest hit. I'll get to work with this material terribly often.
absolutely. If there's any smaller scraps too, I'd like to be able to try to work it into Keen. Got this kind of like scrimshaw natural look going on.
Smithy says, I'll see what we can do, but don't ruin don't ruin that pretty armor too bad."
I don't want to ruin it. I want to
No.
add to it.
Well,
He wants to
Part of it.
embellish it.
Maybe do an inlay.
I mean, the inlay would be nice, but I need to make sure that it's hard enough that the actual like inlay doesn't get damaged, so I can replace the gold readily.
Right. Yeah, I get you.
Meta terms, I need to get this armor class at least up to a 16. A 15 would be nice. Gotta figure out how to do it. get Pontus the parts.
If it's better armor, part of it's moving faster.
Yeah, good point. Actually, moving faster would be nice.
Oh, turbo boost, Keen.
Yeah.
Well, that might
Steven
be.
starts with a K and has 4 letters.
That's actually where I expect more of the defensive boost from the Mithril is going to be. Isn't that it's particularly stronger? It is stronger than what you got on now, but it's really
lighter.
light. And so hopefully the combination of the two is going to allow for a much better increase to mobility and, in the process, potentially some better like springs and doodads and stuff. Yeah, so didn't we drag that suit back?
No, wait. I didn't realize that I had a mithril on. What?
Yeah, I thought we dragged that other suit of mithril
dragged
plate
the
back.
other suit of mithril back. Yeah,
Oh, holy shit! I have mithril.
that was for you.
Yeah, that was exactly for the plating. That was the whole point.
Yeah, that's why
We don't have a bunch of heavy armor people in the group, so that seems like the best place.
Well, yeah, So, I have an 18 armor class. Mithril armor.
I don't think you can wear plate, can you? Oh, you're a fighter, I guess.
I am a fighter. Could I wear that and still get my dex bonus?
No.
Yes, it's mithril plate.
Plate. All heavy armors basically crap on roguey stuff.
It wouldn't lower your AC, but it would be exactly equal to your AC, and probably increase your weight by a little bit still.
So, can I turn this armor here into something useful for Keen?
Maybe.
That's the hope.
Yeah,
that's the plan.
Yeah.
All metal parts improve, not just the outside.
That would be really nice. I mean, it's mithril. Come on, Smithy. He'd love to work. Mithril.
Probably lighten her up by a few pounds, but not much.
Ooh, she could move faster.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Maybe some of the internals, new gears and axles.
Lighter weight pistons, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, potentially able to take a lot more stress and load because mithril is just a tough material too.
The dragon was still able to. Did it blow fire or radiation at us?
Radiation.
Well, and it's potentially corrupted too by the Redshift, but the dragon might have a similar thing to what the salamanders did. We could perhaps use the fire foci.
Pontus says, when it comes to a dragon, what you're in terms of the fire breath, you're looking for the gullet, and that's really a gas sac. It's kind of useful for some things. Not really something that's easy to carry around with you, and pretty perishable. But looking at the damage that this thing did to it, hard to say whether any of the internals are still intact. Gonna have to get at it with tongs, I suppose.
Hey,
find out.
I got a quick question for you. What's binding ice?
Binding ice.
So does this spell book?
Is that one of the spells that Prince Arturus maybe did with his?
Oh yeah, it's a Fizbin spell.
Okay, it's not in the list I know of here.
It is probably not in the Roll20 list because I did not buy Fizbins on Roll20.
Oh no, not Fizbins. There's a different list on a different website that I go that usually has everything.
Make sure you have Fizbin's Treasury of Dragons. Also, it's called Rhymes Binding Ice in the book.
Rhymes Binding Ice. Oh, there it is.
What's the dex mod of what? Albus?
Of the mithril armor that's supposed to be.
It it's plate armor, so it doesn't have a dex bonus.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a flat 18.
Oh, wow. That's a really useful spell.
Mont, while you're chatting, Lulu comes up to you and she says, did you see where the kids went? Because they were just here a second ago and I don't know where they went."
Fantastic.
Yeah, they were. Oh God! Don't touch that.
Montlarin, you from afar, you see them looking at this immense wall of dead bark and conferring amongst each other. And before you can get within 5 feet of them, they all touch it. And
Oh God!
Mage hand. I slap them. Slap their hands.
I think you're far away. You're far away, Elvis.
How far is Mage hand?
Yeah, more than 30 feet.
Shit. Okay. Never mind.
Mont, by the time you reach them, the
Yeah, that's twice that. Good.
the whole wall has become overgrown and green.
Whoa! Are you all okay?
They just turn around and look at you. Kapua waves.
Yeah.
Well, weren't we
will-
kind of concerned that it would give life to the corruption?
Please.
Yeah. I don't sign.
I do. So I'm going to ask that question or something like it. And that would be
Well, they can still hear you.
okay.
Yeah. I'm just saying I can't.
I would ask, is there any sign or taint of the corruption in the new growth? Please tell me no.
The four of them look at each other, and collectively they just kind of shrug.
The reason that we didn't want you to touch it is because we weren't sure if the corruption was actually all gone. And we didn't want to get anybody else involved in having to be destroyed by the corruption that took over the tree and killed that big old dragon over there. You see it? That's what killed the dragon, was this tree.
I know. You see that dragon right there?
So this is where we're a little concerned that you touched it and that new growth is happening. So I need to know if the corruption is growing or not. I need to know that right now.
Kapua says, "I think it's okay," and while they're saying that, Kuzuma reaches back and plucks one of the white flowers that has bloomed off of this tree, and brings it over and hands it to you.
Great. So now I have cooties. Thanks, guys.
Does it look okay?
You're the druid.
Yeah, I know. But I'm looking to see. Sir, does it matter if I don't have the spell prepared? I mean, I'm sure I have a spell, but it's like, I don't know if it's prepared.
What spell are you trying to do?
Something. Mhm.
Okay.
How about something like commune with nature?
What is
It's
going on?
a level 5, tier 5 spell.
Click it. We'll see.
It is a ritual, but
Let's see.
let me see if
Knowledge.
there's anything else.
Yes, you could detect aberrant force in nature with that spell.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a level 5 spell, and I only have one slot. But no, I lied.
Well,
I
you
have
can
2.
cast it as a ritual, right?
Yeah. Doesn't that take
Right,
up a
that
spell
won't.
slot?
No, that's kind of the whole point.
Oh,
It just takes 10
Shit.
minutes of work. So like you can't do it in the middle of a combat, right?
okay. So we'll do that.
Okay. So you're casting that ritual, and Dex says, "Oh, I have to go get my tools. This is unprecedented. I don't know. I didn't know they could do that."
The kids are pretty amazing.
Quiet.
Okay, has 10 minutes gone by yet?
Yeah. You find in this flower and in the wall of white and yellow flowers and grass and ferns and whatnot that have suddenly appeared, replacing this gray and drab tree. There's now a wall of green stretching halfway through All Saints. Um, there's no aberrant influence whatsoever.
Awesome.
Yeah, kick
Like
ass.
legitimately. Not even
Kick ass.
hyperbolically.
Yeah.
Yep. So I think we're all good, guys.
Lulu says, I specifically told them when we were coming here that they can't touch it. You told me about the tree. You told me I can't let them touch it, and I told them on the way here they
So
can't
I
touch
think
it.
we should probably talk to grandmother, but I'm guessing the kids are old enough now that they don't feel like they have to follow rules,
Right.
which can be problematic for us as babysitters.
They might be
Yeah,
able
that
to know
was-
and see things a little bit better than us. Different perspective.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
It's just without being able to communicate ahead of time, it's stressful.
Now, here's the other thing. We don't know if they just converted the former anger that was controlling the tree into something else, that it was bad and they literally just purified it.
Right. There is no more corruption.
I mean, we can test the
Well,
bark samples that we had
if you
from
guys are-
before.
If
It
you
is
guys are
effectively purifying the corruption that was in the tree as of 11 minutes ago. Is gone.
if you guys are talking about that adjacent to them, the kids are pretty much again just gonna like shrug at it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
think
tell
it
them
was
straight to their
dead.
faces. I think that was legitimately amazing, and I'm legitimately glad that you did it. I just wish you had explained to us beforehand, because for a
Neat
moment
found
we thought we
claps.
were going to lose you.
Right. And I think, sort of voce, I think also that the kids they are still young. And they don't have the vocabulary to be able to explain things that they just know.
Yeah,
So I think we might continue to run into this as an issue. So maybe it just makes sense to call grandmother at some point and ask her advice, ask for her help. Like how to work with them as they're growing up. What age are they, effectively?
yeah. I'm happy to generally indulge them. They're good kids. I just want to make
Absolutely.
sure they're safe.
And talented as all get out. Obviously.
What do you think, Heska? I just look up, having sighed and kind of giving Lucent the eyeball, being like, maybe do you want me to document this for you?
She says,
I'm halfway before you need to actually get into it.
she says, Arabelle told me about the children, but I didn't expect them to do anything quite like that.
It is pretty
Suppose we
amazing,
need
though.
to
They're very powerful,
reprimand them.
beyond really their ken of understanding just how powerful they are.
Yeah. Is this a reprimanding moment?
No,
No.
Dear?
Says,
no, but I think Montlarin said it well in terms of I wish you had told us in advance.
oh, I don't think there was any harm with it.
I don't think there was any harm intended. It's just one of those. It could have been a possibly innocent moment that went awry instead of a moment that went wonderfully. Just, we don't have any idea because the kids are the kids. They're just immensely talented.
We were
But
just
we don't
scared.
necessarily understand it. And we don't function that way.
What do you think, Heska?
He says, she reaches a hand out and they poke the water, and she says, yeah, you've found something amazing here. I mean, it came out of the Redshift itself. I don't know. I don't know. I'm happy they're here.
Oh, me too. And I think this tells us that when the monstrosity at Vess is defeated, the children will be absolutely pivotal in restoring the land.
I feel like I'm looking at the heart of Vesoth, sprouted right out of the ground.
Yep.
Aww.
Well, again, I'm glad you're safe, and I
Flash.
appreciate your continued miracle working. I imagine that's how the rest of the expedition feels about us, for what it's worth.
Capo just says, "You're welcome." Yes.
Yeah, I'll give him a slight bow nod and go back to my business.
Yeah. Yeah, we all got business in these days.
Sploosh.
I like them swimming. I think that's great.
Mostly just
Marissa.
asking.
Marissa,
I was gonna say they're probably just naturally buoyant, right?
Yeah.
do you know anything about this fish frog? Whip out a statuette.
Oh, look at that. That's a little walking tadpole. Yes. What about it?
Was this a thing that was native here?
Oh, it might have been a long time ago. I think they used to. Well, either it was a kid's fairy tale or it was a real thing that some rich folk collected and might have drove out of their territory back in the day.
Interesting. Well, that's good enough for my notes and for the collectors. Thank you very much.
You mean for the museum, right?
Yes. Yes. For the
Yes.
museum.
Thumbs up. I know you'd never sell any of my country's relics for mere profit.
I wouldn't. Absolutely not.
See, that's why I trust you.
Mere profit. Oh, no. They pay me very well. For,
Mere profit. Right.
And exactly what I'm
Profit
doing
plus
right
education.
Right.
now-
I'm sharing your story with the masses.
No, what I'm doing right now isn't profiteering either. I'm giving it to them.
Totally.
I'm more like grave robbing. I'm gonna. This is archaeology.
I was going to say British archaeology.
Thank you.
I mean,
French,
American.
Belgian.
Indiana Jones was an American.
I think the
Yeah, it
last
was.
I think the last thing before we get to the today's adventure proper was later in the evening letting Mott
You
have
want
his
my
chat with
old
the pixie.
museum?
Indeed.
That'll be here. It'll also be pivotal to my agency. A sort of, what do you call it? Like a black zone, or like place where information is, dealt.
What would you call that?
Yeah, basically what the
An archive?
No, it's
Yeah, you mean like where you like spies and shit traded. So
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, yes, you would have an archive there, Naya.
Well, then I
Absolutely.
would call it like the vault.
Yeah, but it's a lot like the vault, or information goes to not move anymore.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I meant. It's like dead.
Kind
Kind
of,
of.
yeah. It
It's
gets moved.
dead and it's in the vault.
Right.
So when you say the vault, it's never supposed to see sunrise again.
Yeah,
It's the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, right?
but it,
right. That's like I said in
but
chat.
it's
That place is
also-
operated by
Yeah, top men. Yeah, there you go.
but it's also where you want to put your information gatherers if you're like in a space place or a magical world, right?
Oh, so it's
It's
Vault
a
13.
blackout zone.
Pocket dimension? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, or probably masquerades as a monastery or something.
I guess, yeah.
It's out in the middle of the desert. I've seen this one.
Right. Yeah. So, Mizia, I'd like to talk to you about your injury there.
Sure, Knight. What do you want?
Well, I don't know if you were listening to all of the things that we learned, but one of the things that we learned is that the Redshift wants to destroy things that don't belong. So, a thing that I have been able to do a couple of times is move the Redshift from one thing to another. I would like to try to use both of these things to fix your foot. I want to take that and I want to put it into the edge of this sword by convincing it that it will better be able to strike down that what doesn't belong on the edge of a sword than residing in your foot. I don't know how safe this is, but if I have your permission, I'd like to try.
If that's gonna help you get to that tower, help us get to that tower, then we can do. Take my.
Fair enough. Can't make any promises. I don't even know if I can actually control this process. This might kill us both.
Do we know about your plan, Mont?
Oh, he's
No.
being sneaky.
Just know if this goes poorly, you'll be memorialized forever.
Right.
And we will be pissed that you didn't tell us.
Yeah, this is nighttime. This is Probably like popping up from the 4-hour trance in the morning and finding Vizia somewhere.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so we- Your names and shit.
you're gonna make me touch steel, aren't you?
Yeah. I hope that's
Hmm.
okay. Not silver.
Well, I just
Yeah, all I have is steel, sadly. I don't have any other material.
put my foot on it.
Well, yeah, let's try that. Maybe on the tip of the blade, so you're touching as little as possible.
You better hold that thing steady.
I will. In fact, I think what I'll do is, since we're standing next to that crate, I'll actually put it on, cat a corner so that I can still hold the
Oh yeah,
the
and
hilt and she can touch the blade, but it'll
She-
otherwise be laying on the crate. Yeah,
she could just stand. Great, yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So now what?
Well, now I try to work my will on this. I don't know if this is going to hurt or not, but here we go. And would you like that as a roll, sir? How would you like that?
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
All right.
The DC 22.
Okay.
Okay. She yelps in pain and flits up into the air, and she says, "Oh, that stings!" Ah, it's
Sorry
like
about that.
it's like I touched the cold steel with my bare foot all of a sudden.
Well, how is your foot?
You see that it's back to normal.
Excellent. Do you feel okay?
I mean, I'll be fine. It was a second.
I'll lay on hands to heal any damage.
Okay.
I don't know how many points that would be though. So
She doesn't have that many.
the other thing I want to do is keep the blade very far away from any organic matter.
Yeah. Okay. So you
Like-
lift it from the crate.
Yeah.
There's no physical change in the blade that you detect, but when you turn it against the torchlight just right, in its reflection, you see stars that are different from the one in the sky.
Oh, interesting. Okay. If it seems docile in my hands, then I would try to sheath it again and see what happened.
It's fine.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah. In that case, I would see to healing museum. And I just
you can spend one.
Cool. Okay. As one last word of caution, Mizia, I know there will be questions about what happened. Please don't attempt to take any of the blame for this upon yourself. Tell them what I did. Tell them that I did it knowing what I was doing. And have them come to me if they have concerns.
So you're an idiot. Got it. Okay. That's two of us, I guess.
Hey, at least he's an idiot willing to take responsibility for his behavior.
Right. I'm an upstanding idiot.
Correct. The world could use more of those. Oh, I fucked up. That was me.
Say, why don't you ever do that for your the lady you say who is
She won't let me.
Huh.
She's afraid it'll hurt me. And she may even be right, to be fair. But trust me, I would if she would.
so you're smart enough to listen to her though.
That's kind of my job. Oh, I don't listen perfectly, though. I say with a wink.
Clearly.
I'm glad that worked.
I can feel my foot again. Not that I walk
I'm sorry
around
that-
that much, but
And I'm sorry that that ever happened to you to begin with. That was our fault, and I'm glad that I could undo it.
where are we headed next? So that's how
Vess, well, we're actually making a stop along the way. Apparently, we need information from the past. So we're going to follow the footsteps of the folks that we've seen in our visions of the past and hopefully meet them again. But either way, we're making our way to the tower now.
I better pack some snacks.
Hell yeah.
That's,
Yeah,
that's the attitude. I was going to say that. Gonna pack some snacks.
That's a good call, Mont. I was just thinking about that. Decus and Arissa need to work on things for us to even go. So we're still going to the knight's estate.
Yeah, or at least find it. Like if we can't make it there and back, Redshift and still investigate, we can at least find it and then book it home.
Jabra.
So the rest of the Redshift passes over the next week. As usual, most of your time is spent helping out getting this turned from a campsite into a proper settlement. This is still going to be a work of a good few weeks here of people working around the clock to get things built up, tearing down old houses, using the materials to build new ones and whatnot. Eska approves. He's just happy to see people living here again. Kimmick has been pretty enthusiastic about the whole thing. And when you tell him that it's probably going to be a couple months before they can get back to the volcano, okay with it. The kobolds are happy to live here, and I mean, you'd probably have to let them know about the whole gold thing at some point. But that's up to you when you want to do that and how you want to present that to them.
Yeah.
Before you all get ready to go on the day that the Redshift finally breaks again, of course, it does not go unnoticed what you've done.
Right.
You have been cornered.
Yeah, that was inevitable.
The Brigadier says, so I'm going to make a wild guess about why that pixie who follows you around everywhere is looking healthier than usual.
Yeah, I performed an experiment. I will tell them what happened so that when I draw my sword, it's not an "oh my god, what the fuck are you doing" moment.
Yeah.
But I will draw my sword, keeping it well away from touching any of them, of course, and showing them what it does now. At least in terms of what's visible, and explain that it seemed like what I did worked.
Van says, "Oh, look at that! That looks like infinity." Um,
Love Van.
the brigadier, she says,
One fucked up. I don't care.
Which do you prefer?
I know I can't stop you from doing what you're gonna do. Just, I can only tell you so many times to don't be stupid.
I have heard your advice. I've taken it to heart. I'm working on it.
I'm behind them right there, like listening in. I moved a little bit forward and
Sure.
did. When I heard Lucent say that, I kind of shake my head to Mott, and I point at me and I nod, thumbs up.
Nick says, I mean, it is a very tiny amount of shifting. It's probably the safest experiment any of us could have ever done. Impressive that it worked still, yes, but
Nods.
very promising.
If only there was a way to do it without, force of will, a device. And I look over to Decus.
Of course, none of you should be trying to do this unless it's absolutely necessary. I should say. So just keep that in mind. I've you you think you think Van and I haven't been working on devices the past 4 or 5 years, trying to do just that?
I mean, you have a breakthrough now. You and Ben are, as you have said, clearly subject matter experts.
I think the important thing is that I convinced it to move.
Exactly.
Our prince here is the breakthrough. Yeah.
If we had, if we had merely a carrot to convince it easier, people like myself, I'm not so gifted as princes. That kind of art.
Like 19th in the line. I'm not a prince.
Van says, so what you're saying is we need a way to replicate Montlaren's talented little brain, put it in a box, and then we can use it whenever we want.
That sounds like a great idea.
So Ben, actually, you're very close. I think you and Decus together could come to what I'm thinking of. Would you say perhaps you are charismatic? Do you summon your magic from the mind or from your will?
My eyes.
Your eyes. Yes. So it absolutely is your charisma. It is in the eye of the beholder. And you, Decus, you can
That's a groaner.
perhaps harness that force of will. Perhaps we can do basic commands. We already know of the command spell. Perhaps if we attuned it similarly that we to how we saw the Dragon Prince attuning certain spells, that we could.
He did have a master. I'll have to take another look at his book and his notes. Maybe there's something in there that we glossed over.
Do you perhaps have
I think
a lore
in the
master?
spells themselves is where you're gonna find the most information.
Yeah, that may
Right.
be. That was my first instinct. Considering he was casting spells using the redshift at us.
Exactly. I'm assuming that he went the easy route with that, and that is using spells that were already known to him. He then modified them using what he knew about the red.
Yeah, I would caution everyone, myself included, now that I've had time to think about it. This worked, I think, mainly because what I wanted to do was generally in line with what it wanted to do. I wanted to turn that into a weapon. I wanted it to strike at foes, which is what it
what his note
already
said.
wants to do.
Or at least it was banal enough for it to
Right.
be okay with that decision.
Right. I don't think you can force the Redshift to do something it doesn't want to do without a serious contest of wills.
Exactly, which is why my metaphor was a carrot, not a stick. This
The
is
brigadier
more
says.
of a-
The brigadier says, "The wall."
Right.
We know what happened.
wall was a strong force of will too, which makes my insistence that we at least look into a stick, or not a stick, a carrot.
Right. I think that Daymeyer's success is likewise related to the fact that he was using it as a weapon.
He says that right in the notes. This is what it wants. I'm going to go ahead and give it what it wants.
Right.
It's right in the notes.
That's what inspired the experiment, in fact.
Right.
He was using it to keep people like us out.
Let's use it
Exactly.
to.
And well, what his notes
us
say
in.
is it wants to kill. So we're going to go ahead and do that. He got the Redshift on board because he wanted to kill. And so did the Redshift. So, okay, on board.
I guess it doesn't have to necessarily be killing, though. We transferred things. It's I don't know.
Yeah. Striking down that which doesn't belong was the bargain I made.
Right.
Which probably, I say, looking at the sword, means I'm going to have to convince it when the things that I want to be gone are not necessarily the things it wants to be gone.
Just a quick reminder: how many swords are you carrying right now?
2.
You're like
You've got your new space sword and your fire sword, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you giving the fire sword to Smithy for the adamantine?
That is exactly correct. Yep.
Okay.
It was an adamantine fiery sword. Yeah.
It's my special sword.
I like it. No, I like it a lot.
Do you want to leave that here while you're out this session, or do you just want to like do it next Redshift, next downtime?
I'll leave it here. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you're just gonna
he's
take the starry
forcing-
sword.
He's forcing
Yeah,
the Elric
exactly.
issue.
Cool.
Well, hypothetically,
Alright.
you could just pry out the fire gem and leave that with Smithy, right?
Well, I mean, the point is he wants to
that's
get
what we're
the
saying.
sword
Yeah.
adamant coated.
Yeah, so I'm going to leave my fiery sword with Smithy, and I'm going to take the red shifted sword with me.
Okay.
Cool.
Do I have to leave, by the way, the adamantine whip here, or is it just a topper that he can make while I then use the whip?
All of your adamant stuff will be ready after the Redshift.
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to leave anything here right now, especially the small stuff. But yeah, Mont can leave his fire sword here if he's not going to be using it anyway.
Yeah, I only have the one staff, so when I have the tip put on mine, I will have to go staffless for however long that takes.
I mean, yeah, the Redshift is presumably going to be another 10 or so days as usual.
Right, okay.
So you'll have plenty of time once you get back. So why don't we get to that point? Does everybody have all their gear ready to go?
Yep.
So-
Look good.
I think I'm good to go.
Yeah, so your craftsmen are doing their job. They're not able to get you anything new just yet. But they're right on it. when the redshift finally breaks on the 4th, you are able to get packed up. About 10 in the morning this time. You've had plenty of time to make sure you're up, ready, and prepared to go, as you are, every day as the redshift stretches on, just in case it breaks somewhere in the middle of the day. So let me pull up the world map.
Does Keen need to stay here?
No.
Okay.
No, you're
I'm like, does she need to be fitted for the armor?
He's got her
Smitty's
specs,
got
right?
her measurement, yeah.
Yes, it is technically another one of Smithy's master. I suppose I'm only.
All right, here you go. So, here, of course, is your map of Vesoth. So, you know that there was once a road leaving All Saints to the northeast, main road, and it goes from All Saints to Vest. That road is long gone.
Is it possibly, do we have any knowledge or any hint that it might have gone through the Red Rocks, like weaving through there versus going all the way around? Because I could see a path doing this.
Yeah,
Right.
so you imagine in the olden days these were grasslands and woodlands, uh, speckled with a stretch of pointy cliffs here and there. As the place became a desert, that has turned into vast sand, speared through by dry cragland. Um,
Okay, because
so
I presume this was a some kind of a, well, not mountain range maybe, but foothill type height range where we see these red rocks now.
that's a good Wikipedia. Thank you.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, according to the ladies, um, the old road should go through a sort of a low valley, um, at a certain point in those crags. It shouldn't be too hard for you to find. Um, even so, crossing them on foot won't be terribly difficult for you. They're gentle enough and not severe enough that in most places, um, it might take you an extra 10 minutes here and there to get up and down one of these things. But you're generally going to be able to see the easiest path forward from pretty far away.
Did we lose Serb?
No, I'm here. Hi.
Oh,
Wait,
seems like your last sentence cut off. So
Oh, I
just
said
checking.
I said you're generally going to be able to see the easiest path forward from pretty far away.
Okay.
I heard all that. Okay.
I don't like that.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
All right. Well, do we want to get going?
Yep.
Yeah. How are
Do
we
you want me to?
Hey,
Do you want me to scout by air? I'm willing to do any of that you like.
Oh,
Yeah,
most
because
definitely.
you can stay a full 8 hours of wild shape now, right? So
yeah, but
Yeah.
I can't communicate, so it's kind of
well,
like
I
up,
mean,
down, up,
I
down.
guess I suppose the idea is if you see something, then you come down and get out of wild shape.
I mean, hypothetically, I could just cast speak with animals, so when you come back around, we can just talk.
That's also true.
There you go. That's a good idea. So
I can
okay,
have that if
she'll
you
go
think
ahead
that's
and
fine.
cast Wild Shape and go into Giant Eagle's daytime, right? So Giant Eagle.
Yeah.
And she will just head in that general direction as outlined by Montlarin and what I saw.
Okay, and okay, so let me giant. So that's a speed of 80. So you're going to be going almost 3 times as fast as the party on foot.
Right. So I can let them know though, like I can go investigate the crags here
Yeah,
long before they get to it so that they can detour if I see a problem.
yeah,
Right.
that makes sense. Okay.
Then we've got a couple people that can cast Speak with Animals.
You know what? I
Oh,
actually
that
don't
works.
have Speak with Animals. Someone else will have to cover that.
You know, now that I
got
think
it.
about it,
Mont. It's Mont.
All right.
Mont's got it, but I think the other thing is let me
It's a ritual, isn't it?
let me pull
Yeah.
this up.
Yeah, so it's a free cast.
Yeah, exactly.
Giant Eagle can understand common, but I can't speak it.
Yeah.
So I can listen to you talking and get revised instructions or whatever.
Well,
I just
that's
can't
also
say
not
anything.
that's not super relevant because you keep your mental scores as in wild shape anyway. You still
Right, but it
understand stuff.
specifically says that under Giant Eagle.
Yeah,
That it
that's
understands
just
common
for
and Orin.
if you encountered an actual giant eagle.
Okay.
They're inherently like Tolkien-ish beasts that can they're very big smart. They have an 8 intelligence.
Right, okay.
So they're not quite fully beasts.
And not quite fully something else, but they are sentient.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll go ahead and take off in that direction. And I guess let me zoom in here.
60% really good for this fund.
60? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I usually.
I was gonna zoom in to like right as close as I could get just to see if there was anything as I approach those
Oh, I see. Well, I could tell you
right,
these
no biggie.
pixelated tiles are generated. Just a vague representation of it there as always.
Okay. So I'm headed for here. And
So we're going to be moving at for everybody else who's following mine. We're going to be moving at 4 tiles a day, I assume.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to ask. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, because our skiff doesn't work anymore.
Correct. It means traveling's a whole lot easier. And shall I assume that Ambergreen has create food and water ready?
That's generally a good assumption. I'm going to double check, but I'm pretty sure I haven't changed it.
Yeah. Just want to double check that you haven't changed it. Also, of course, Mont, Nimbus, Naya, Ambergreen, change your prepared spells if you want to. Now's your chance.
I've
Don't forget.
been in the process.
Yeah.
I'll double check real quick. I have create food and water because of course I do. I also have create or destroy water because of course I do. So yeah, I'm good.
Well, I can always
All right.
create water, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm curious if I should change that off because you just have that.
Yeah,
as
you can swap that off. That's a great idea. Even if I'm conked out, someone else can take it off. It's not an attunement item.
You don't die half as often as I do. So.
I usually
Well,
don't.
yeah, Ambergreen, your last encounter kind of skewed the average there, I think.
Good.
Fair enough, but I tend to stand more in the front than he does, and I don't mean any shame when I say that. I have a hammer.
Yeah. Okay. So, Naya, you as well. You guys make sure that you've got your spells all prepared properly before we run into anything.
yeah, I'm kind of
Yeah.
working them
If
up.
you change anything, now's the time.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciated that because I now that I have a weird sword, I went ahead and ditched magic weapon and got
Nice.
myself prayer of healing back because that would have came in handy last time.
That's nice. Yeah, that's a good one.
But
Like shit, I have like at first level though, which is where I'm actually working. I have 1 free slot at first level, and I'm like, dude.
don't forget you don't have to You don't need a certain number of spells per level. You could do 0 first level spells and 8 second level spells.
Oh shit! I forgot. Well, I removed the first
Yeah,
level spell.
it's just the total number of prepared spells, not counting your cantrips and not counting your domain spells.
Oh well, in that case, I'm gonna put a tick here and raise dead. Yeah.
Not a
Okay,
bad
that
idea to
sounds-
have. Yeah,
Just on the just in case, like.
you've got the materials.
Well, and what I lost for it was create or destroy water, which
I'm probably wearing one of the materials, so if
Yeah.
I die, just sacrifice one of my rings. Look at
right. Don't think I won't.
Yeah, you guys have 3,000 GP worth of diamonds on you. So
Well, we
that's
didn't
about it down.
lug all that crap with us, did we?
Well, 3,000 GP worth of diamonds is not all that much.
Okay.
Yeah, diamonds are light.
Yeah, I assume, especially if it's in jewelry, like between the 5 of you, probably carry at least most of them.
I have
Or
10
just
jeweled
Insta-bosh.
rings, and one of them at least is diamond.
Yeah.
Also got 2 Veshin bracelets, some earrings, some toe rings.
I mean, and this is the guy who's supposed to be stealthing.
I got a clasp belt.
Yeah. Okay. So move your token. Naya.
Whoops, sorry.
Best.
No worries.
Gold is a very subtle color.
I'm trying to figure out what. Okay, so I'm somewhere over there.
Yeah. And Naya, you are able to fly ahead.
Did I see
over-
anything? Do you want me
over
to
these
do a
hills.
perception check?
I don't think I need you to here because this area is very flat, clear.
Okay. All right, but in the inside this there's a word that I want, but I can't think of it. But it looks to me like a narrow, dry chasm. That's what I imagine. Where this road used to be a long time ago. So that's what I was scouting to look for anything at all.
Yeah, you
See anything?
you don't see anything that looks like a structure or even really a road. You do see a point where the cliffs have perhaps at one point been carved away, or maybe like the but there is a noticeable dip that kind of gets down to almost standard ground level there. The party will have to, go up a short incline and then back down to get to this bump, which looks a fair bit easier than having to climb over any of these big hills.
Right. Okay.
And considering they've moved 4 hexes already, it might not be a bad place to camp out under the shadow of one of these things.
Okay.
Have we seen any creatures, big or small, along the way?
For sure, birds.
Rodents.
Yeah, like mice and little.
Maybe a
little,
ground
like,
squirrel or something.
desert rodent. Not so much squirrel, but like the sort of things that like burrow in sand and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Hamster.
Everybody's thinking lunch,
Lizards and larger bugs. Like what's the one? It's like the sand scorpion.
Yummy. Glow in the
Or
dark.
like a camel spider.
That one, yes.
Those are fucking weird.
They are. But it does seem like it has only been a short time since the biome has started to change here. You expect a lot of these creatures are kind of in the process of having their habitat disrupted now, and things are going to change a little bit before new creatures come in. These creatures move somewhere else, possibly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But clearly, if they're here now, you imagine they must have had at least some like living space before Bessoth was like this. Not exactly anybody importing them. The dragons did. Fun. So maybe there is a spot. Maybe there is some of Bessoth that's supposed to be fairly dry.
We know there's some of
Yeah,
this that's
interesting.
supposed to be super cold.
No, it's not supposed to be cold. It's currently cold.
That isn't right. Should we go do that?
Yeah, that's even
before we
south
go
of us,
visit the
right?
tower.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just
That's
teasing
the Aophewell province.
Yeah,
Where
right.
Prince Arturus had his lair.
Right, right.
I mean, it's definitely something that you could go check out if the desire piques you.
Oh, who
at
knows?
some point.
Perhaps there's another giant glass wall or something that is keeping the winds that blow from the north down here insulate. Thus keeping it all
Right.
very cold.
Yeah, I mean, likewise, I think finding Arcturus's lair and giving it a once over was a goal that we had discussed in the past too.
Absolutely.
It's the last one that and you of course know that there should be a teleport circle there.
Isn't there another one south?
Yeah, that's the one we're talking.
Yeah, that's the one. We're
Oh,
talking
okay,
about.
okay.
Yeah, you could scroll down into the snowy area, and it's on the map.
Right, okay.
Talking about future quests while we're trying to complete a quest that mentions us traveling back into quest within a quest within a quest.
Yeah.
Quest.
All right, so you've gone a day, and nothing particularly interesting happened this day.
All good.
Yeah, Naya, you've been able to scout ahead. You've been able to pop back down, fly up near the party, get them to follow you. I mean, they know you're the big silver eagle, so it's not exactly hard to miss.
Right. All right, so 8 hours has passed, which means she's gonna fall from the sky if she doesn't get down.
Right. Yeah. You guys get to camp. I'm assuming Amber Green has been able to provide you with the rations that you need.
Okay, and we should
Usual.
theoretically we should be able to make campfire, pitch tents, and all that stuff because I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
There should be no reason we couldn't do that.
Wait, are we not sleeping in a tiny hut?
That's up to you.
Oh, risk it, Alvis. Risk it.
I mean,
take a risk.
Do we need a tiny hut? Like, really, do we need it?
Well, it keeps all the bugs and stuff out, so I still like it.
Sure, but I mean, are mosquitoes really a problem here? And if not, do my blankets not help? Like, come on.
Yeah, not really mosquitoes. You might get a big spider crawling on your blanket.
Okay, well,
so
I don't want ants in the rations.
I used to camp out in Colorado quite a lot, and Colorado does not have a mosquito problem, and we never used any sort of netting. So I'm pretty sure as long as it's not that sort of climate.
Don't you have bears?
Yeah, and you know what? You can't hang up a bear net.
yeah, there's no such thing as a bear net.
You're probably not going to find any bears in this part of the country.
I would totally tiny hut camping in Colorado if I could, for the record.
Unless you're due to encounter the rare sand bear, but
yeah, honestly.
All right, thank you, sir.
We don't need fucking Amazon level fucking mosquito netting. We just need to sleep. That's probably fine here in the
desert.
Yeah, well, desert for sure, right? But I was saying the temperate wilds here. Nowhere here has been described as super fucking annoying because of the bugs. At no time over the last 8 years
at this point.
Right. At no time during this campaign have we ever had to worry about mosquitoes. So we're probably fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're not really worried about dragon attack anymore, so
Yeah, it's really interesting not having to worry about that. We've worried about it for so many years. It's just been this omnipresent kind of weight, and it's gone.
But wait, we're still going to set up a watch, right?
Yeah,
Of course.
we should. That would be the smart thing.
Okay.
Nice, sir.
Yeah, and you all know how to take watch and and
But no tiny hut.
Oh, for crying out loud, where's your barrel?
with or without
Gone.
your night does pass on event. And you might wake up to the dust from the north kind of blowing in your faces a little bit. But it's not terribly windy or stormy at the moment. You occasionally get buffeted and have to shield your eyes.
I dug a hole.
So you've got another day.
Serb, could you oh, the map is already unlocked, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah, so day 2, feel free to go where you'd like to go.
All right. So we've talked about where am I going?
We're looking for an estate around here on this map that Arissa kind of pointed out.
Right.
Yeah, Alvis, you think based on what they were telling you that on this map, it's probably around this region.
Oh,
Not-
way up
do you-
there still. Okay.
Naya, do you want to get me on like one of these high mesas here, and I can see, or we can see what you see with your eagle eyes?
I
We
could
straight
can
up
sh-
fly
can
you into the
I can take one of you, and you can fly with me if you want all day.
Yeah.
I can't talk back to you, but you can talk to me if you want.
Yeah, like you don't even have to settle
Although,
standing
if
on a
you
rock.
chatter
You
too
can-
much, I'll knock you right off on your ass.
You could straight up sit on a bird for a bit.
Oh my God!
Would you like
That's
to go for a ride?
That's a map maker's dream. But what about Keen? Oh, Keen.
She's fine.
We'll take care of her. Yeah.
But Keen will be able to share in this endeavor.
That's
She's
true.
not a helpless puppy.
No. All right, for the map making.
Okay. So, I can go 4 hexes a day, or I can go more than that.
You can actually go much more than that. You'd be able to go.
Can I go 12?
I think you can go 10.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 is a little bit. I suppose technically it would be, or 13 actually. How far you can go? That's 78 miles.
Just make sure we can get back.
All right. So,
no,
Alvis.
no wait, because it's 3 miles per. so you
Well,
can
even
go
if I can go 10
8
hexes
per hour.
this way on my mark, that's,
For 8
almost
hours.
60 miles.
Okay, you can go 11. Yeah. But that's in a whole day. So realistically, you can go 5 in one direction. Okay.
All right.
Well, now
So,
if we want to play some algebra, if we're walking in the same direction, then you can actually
True.
go a little bit further, right?
yeah. So there we go. So Albus, which way are we going? More southeast? I mean, northeast or more north? Northeast.
Kind of going a little bit more north.
right around here is where we ultimately want to be, right?
That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it might be better if we overshoot it just a little bit so we can look down.
60 miles, 10 hexes is right there. So, you know,
But
seven
I
and a
think this
half
is where
hexes.
we'll walk, and you can meet us back here when you're done.
Okay.
All right, Keen, you behave.
Okay. Do you need a perception check from me or from Alvis?
You can both do it, yeah.
Right before I leave,
And
I flop
you can
Keen on
see
that
from
Mouthy.
height you can see 40 miles.
Okay.
So, you know, around this much.
That's a shit roll considering I have +9.
Wow. Wow. Spectacle distracted you, huh?
I guess.
Well, a good cartographer. Alvis, you're working on your map the whole time that you're up here, or at least jotting down notes and then getting ready to make the map at camp tonight. Um. You don't see anything like a structure from way up where you are. Obviously, you can see the tower in the far distance over the horizon. You do notice that sort of where the desert ends and the grasslands begin. It's not a smooth transition. It's a very very abrupt. Suddenly it's just like normal rolling fields.
So did I cross that transition when I was flying?
I don't think you were able to go quite that far in one day.
Oh, okay.
There any kind of like shimmer or weird like refraction, like from a pool or whatnot? Or are we looking at another glass wall?
You don't think so. You don't see anything strange, at least from here.
Okay. Well, if it had been abrupt enough, I would have flown lower. See if we could actually see anything from the air.
That's about as far as you could have gone, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right.
yeah, that's your second day.
Okay. So we report back.
So yeah, while you camp out, Alvis, you're able to kind of sketch out the borderline of that desert, much more specific than of the information Yeth was able to give you. Is anybody else doing anything in particular?
Nope, just keeping watch.
I mean, I would imagine I'm probably in the. Are you talking about while we're in transit or at the camp?
Well, just while you're camping, like getting things set up and getting tents all put together.
I would probably end up just making the tiny hut and being in the tiny hut.
Fair enough. Amber Green Mazia approaches you, while you're setting up camp. She says, Green, I have to ask you.
Well, I'm always around. What's up?
I didn't have enough room to pack enough honey crackers, so can I have some of the food that you do with your thing?
That I made? Yeah, sure. Hold on. I can take some honey crackers and make them into more honey crackers. It's a thing I can do. Hold up. Let me make a song. I'll just play a song. Hold on.
Holy shit.
What, you want to watch? I can do
No,
this.
I mean I didn't think you could do it with mine. I thought you had like a
No,
The other thing is, I
I'm
have
pretty
honey.
sure I just multiply food with music.
I could just give you anything.
I have
Yeah, you
honey.
can-
You can multiply that too. I always carry honey in case Ruby comes with me.
I'm pretty sure I just multiply it, right?
Yeah, you're correct, Amber Green.
Yeah, sure. I can play the song of multiplicity over your snacks. We'll eat plenty of honey crackers. It'll be great. Honey crackers for everyone. In fact, I will name this song I'm about to write here Honey Crackers.
Love it.
You may consider like putting those adjacent to like the regular rations when you do your thing.
Of course, right? So that they're not all honey crackers everywhere.
Please,
I mean,
copy
I guess
finest
calories are
wine.
calories, right?
Well, and they might be nice with coffee or tea.
Exactly. Like fine wine.
You just get one with your ration.
One wine. Presents.
All right, let's see. One more try. Yeah, that's not working.
She says this is good. Green, if I hunt anything good, I'll bring it to you first.
Mm.
Well, I'm sure. Thanks. I mean, we'll probably pass it on to someone else. Come on.
It needs to be processed into food first. It's very weird delineation. Yes, raw meat doesn't count as food, so I don't know if it would like just make it.
Right. I hear you.
Oh right, I forgot you all cook. Yeah.
It's all good. You can bring anything that you want, and then we can cook it, and there you go.
I mean, cooked is fine, but raw and wriggling is, it's nice sometimes, right?
Right. I love my bugs that way.
I don't think
Yeah, good, like
I can't make raw and wriggling.
you get like some ants, and then like eat them while they're still wriggling, and they like it's a little spicy. Some of them are sweet. It's hard to tell which ones are sweet though.
No, ants you do have to cook.
What do you mean?
Well,
What do you mean?
You guys can have your argument.
Uncooked
Go ahead.
ant puts hair on your chest. My
heard
mother
they were
fed
sour.
me
I don't want
uncooked
that.
ants the entire time. What do you mean you don't want that?
I
It'd be like a moth.
And moths are pretty.
want to be hairy.
Do it yourself. We find another anthill around here. I'll find all the sweet ones. Eat them raw.
You do that. I'll have my crackers for now, I guess. You can use a cracker as bait.
Absolutely. You do it butt first so they don't sting or spit at you.
Hmm.
No one taught you this?
Aren't the heads were the best part though?
No, but it's their gasters that they feed from, right? So remember when I said it's hard to tell which one's the sweet ones? Sweet ones, the ones that have full gasters. Sometimes the gasters are filled with weird shit.
See, I thought that I had been told that if you take just the heads, because it's where their venom is, it's got this like kind of soury, citrusy flavor, like a candy made from something acidic.
Interesting.
Right. I was just told you just don't eat them unless they're green, you don't eat them if they're green because they're not ripe yet.
Right.
Ants?
It's just a general principle, right? That's why I stay away from broccoli.
Exactly.
Wait, you don't eat broccoli?
No, it was a joke, sir.
Aren't all elves vegetarian? Oh.
I'm not Elvin, and no, I don't think we do eat broccoli.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask. I put it in chat. Did we reincarnate Betlarn, or is he still just chilling?
You have not elected to do that just yet. I think you've been saving
Yeah.
your reincarnate just in case.
We don't.
we don't
do
have
that.
the mats. We
No,
haven't
what
had
do
the mats to be able to do that kind of willy nilly.
What do you mean?
Well, you've got Albus is correct. You do have access to more resurrection spells now,
Right.
but you still only have enough for one reincarnate specific.
Reincarnate requires those rare oils and unguents. We have enough for one.
Shit.
I do not have.
Yeah.
We don't have any other resource to get what we need for that spell.
So
All the ones that took diamonds and diamond dust and gems, yeah, we're covered. This one, no.
Right. But we can't just res Bethlard as he is. He would have blades for hands. Like that's terrible.
No, we need
So we gotta
the reincarnate.
Yeah. Well, if we need
That's what I meant was reincarnate. Sorry.
Yeah, we can just revive us. We don't need reincarnate's a fucking shit tier fucking last ditch effort. No offense, Bet, but your brother's
Right.
coming out different.
Well, right. Well, that's the intention. Like this is a case where that's what we want, right?
Yeah, exactly. I guess in this case,
I mean, he may not be entirely happy with the results, but it's certainly better than the alternative.
absolutely.
Well,
I mean,
if he doesn't remember it or know it, then maybe not.
Well, they have knowledge of their past life when you reincarnate.
Right, but he doesn't necessarily have knowledge of his current state.
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he was locked in and aware, anything would be better than locked in. I agree. But if he doesn't know, and the last thing he knows, he was out there doing scissor hands or whatever, then a new life as something else might be not so good.
I honestly pray that the last thing he remembers is being smacked in the face by a painting.
I like that.
God, that art was bad. Spoof.
The hands were terrible. Who drew it?
Clearly, it was Mid-Journey.
No, but I feel like I don't know if we want to retcon it, but we could literally do it whenever we want, and it's no salt off my back.
Last session, I had asked that we do it. We just never actually came to a conclusion.
Oh damn! No.
Well, the other thing is, I think it's a little difficult for.
I think we should just fucking do it.
I think it's a little difficult to play both.
Oh, I'm not worried about that because he's not. He's going to be what, level 2? Like he's not coming with us on adventures.
He's not being playable. He might be able to fill the ranks as a scout.
He's an NPC.
Okay. All right.
We're just spawning another NPC. We're recruiting, and from a meta standpoint, I say hell yeah. From a gameplay standpoint, I say hell yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that it means that I have actually succeeded in my quest, for example.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to go on a tangent about it, but we should probably do that next session or when we get back, or we could like play it out right now.
Not right now, but yeah, next time. Next time we're in the Redshift, yeah.
Yeah, we all deliberated here during camp.
Yeah.
Okay, the main thing is that we've got to get our hands on more of those rare oils and unguents before we actually get to the tower. Because otherwise, everybody else is SOL.
No, we can just survive the dead.
Well, the trick is
you have to be alive to do that.
Naya, you don't have raised dead.
No.
You have
Ambergreen does though.
I sure do.
If Ambergreen dies
for
more than 1 minute.
Right. This is the challenge.
Then Naya can't get him back up.
Right. 1 hour.
That's the key. So read the first line. Provided it has been dead no longer than 10 days. Revivify, which Naya, I believe you do know.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
I think I have Revivify also.
So we have 3 Revivifies. That's got a time limit of 1 minute. Right? So it's
Actually, I did not pick that. I didn't pick that one up.
It's not, I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have it readied, but this is it.
Okay, so yeah, Naya, that means
And it's an action. It's just a.
I misremembered. Revivify is not a druid spell.
You're not dead.
Right, but
So-
couldn't I? Wasn't I able to pick it up? I opted not to.
Yeah, it might be druid in Tasha's.
Yeah, that's what I mean, or Xanathar or something. Certainly not within.
Oh yeah,
roll 20.
optional variant class for
Yeah,
druid.
yeah.
Yeah, so we decided to not do that. So yeah, so if Ambergreen dies, then you have to rely on Montlarin being able to get him up within one. That's the key of taking away those materials away from them.
Right. So Ambergreen dies, it's on Mont. If Mont and Ambergreen die, all I can do is
And
reincarnate
you guys are fucked. Yeah.
one time. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
So but that's the whole idea, was that before we tackle the battle at Vess, we need to make sure we have a supply of those rare oils and unguents so that reincarnate could be cast twice. Because I have 2 level 5 spell slots and I could reserve them for reincarnate.
I say,
Well,
Rich, we can just
yeah.
buy it.
Well, we would have to find a source. That was the challenge the last time we discussed this.
Right.
However, I would like to point out, and it is a little grognardy, but we have effectively conquered death in the expedition here. Because if we can reincarnate Beth Lauren, then it means you can gentle repose a corpse, petrify it, unpetrify it, bring it back with reincarnate.
Right.
Right. So we have a way to store the dead indefinitely. Do you see what I'm saying?
Corruption. Because
Yeah, that is kind of gross, but okay, I get it.
that body was corrupt.
Right.
So like,
It's like cryo storage, you know, when they cut off your head when you die and they stick it in the
Yeah.
freezer, right?
I mean,
and then
Oh my god.
Because why?
so gentle repose does extend the time limit. Again, the key bottleneck here is if Ambergreen ever dies for more than 1 minute, then Naya's the only one who could potentially get him back. That's the strategery here.
Alvastapper writes a note. You could make
Well-
a religion around that.
Yeah, what I'm saying though is that you can
Where-
delay
when you
we
say
eat those
die-
afflictions, unguents and oils.
When you say die, sir, you're actually talking about 3 failed saving death throws and all that. We've already gone through all that, and now he's dead, right?
Yes, dead, not unconscious.
Okay, because like in the last battle, I think I rezzed Ambergreen 5 times. I used up most of my slots. Rezzing Ambergreen.
Ambergreen went unconscious.
Yeah,
Only
it was a
takes-
flesh wound. He got better.
Right. It only takes 1 HP to make that boy alive. So, and there are a couple of us that can give a heal.
The key
So,
situation is if you're not able, if he fails those death saves, and Montlarin can't get to him within 1 minute, right? If
Yeah.
I mean that's a situation
K.O.
where
like when we watched Bet Lauren fail 3 saving death throws in a row, and we went, "Fuck! Like, what do we do now?" I mean, it was my first time ever seeing a character die.
I was gonna say, how many times did I die in 20 minutes?
Right, a lot.
Well, you got knocked out. You didn't die.
I mean, that's the first time I ever saw like a character. Bye, poof, gone.
Yeah.
Ambergreen.
I mean, we're
went
watching
unconscious.
those
He didn't
death
die a
saving
single time.
throws, you know, and they fail and they fail, and then shit, they failed again.
Right.
And Bet Lauren's voice on over the comms was like, "Well, I guess I'm out." And I'm sitting here in shock, jaw on the floor kind of thing, because I've never seen that before.
At least you weren't in the back room of a game shop and someone was like, all right, hand it over. And somebody in tears gave someone else their character sheet and watched it get torn up in front of them. which I've
Yeah, that would
I've
be
been
awful.
actual witness to more times in my life, like more than once.
That would hurt really pretty bad.
Right? Oh, here it goes.
I mean, the thinking along those lines and remembering that about Betlaren is what prompted me to create a second character.
Right? No, I know, and
I mean,
Bet Lauren's the second character. Remember?
It's roleplay, boss. You gotta.
what?
This is roleplay. You gotta be ready to let go of your children.
Right.
Well, that's why my
No, I mean,
my replacement character is another druid.
I mean, Mount Lauren is the second, but yeah, his original. Remember, he died pretty fast, and then got shifted, and we had to fight him again.
I know. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, okay.
I also understand that cycle. I used to play Ranger.
I have to admit, fighting his dead reanimated corpse was
That was really hard.
and first after probably 30 odd years of me playing games like this, like whoa, that was
really?
Yeah,
It was grim. Yeah. Like
That's fun
that's
though.
talk.
The very
Great.
Redshift.
No,
like,
yeah, I was gonna say, good job.
I appreciated the hell out of that. Yeah.
Absolutely, I appreciated it. Good job, well done, sir. But yeah, I hadn't ever been like, wait. Now we're fighting the reanimated corpse of my friend, with my friend in the party. Yeah, it was good. Good job.
You're very, very welcome. I haven't had the chance to. Oh, well.
See how you are. See how you are. I knew it.
Maybe I really tried.
No, he did. He killed me 4 times or 3
No,
times.
that was our tourist.
You didn't die once.
I did. I died for
No,
real.
you died 0 times.
You went
I'm pretty sure I was all the way dead at least once.
You went
Yeah.
unconscious.
No, you have to fail a death save 3 times in a row to die.
Right.
You went KO.
Which I did not do. Okay, fair enough.
You were on the floor coughing your guts out.
Likewise, that was our tourist.
But, like,
They
multiple
were
different times.
trying to kill me.
Yeah, multiple times. Yes. Yeah, like you
Like
you
you'd
were-
get up and be dead. Get up and be dead.
Yeah.
Get up
I'm
and be
saying
dead. Except you weren't really dead. You were just unconscious.
Mostly dead.
Yeah, you were
Like
were
the end of a
staggering-
Rocky movie.
You were staggering to your feet and then getting punched across the room immediately by a fist the size of your body.
Yeah, well, hey, that's what I'm here for.
That happened in the other fight.
It's pretty much just like, oh, I just lost too much blood. Hey, I'm full of blood again. Oh, I just lost it. Hey, I'm full of more blood again. Fantastic. Oh, God,
And
no.
it's gone.
I'm Iron Man. I will take this. Jarvis. Okay, I will take this. Boosh. No, I was dead. I was reliant on you reviving.
Or are we sitting around the campfire telling stories about our near-death experiences?
so.
Yeah.
Exactly.
At least once. Yeah.
I think I might have
Nice.
gone
Stick
down
with the-
once around some death bugs or something. I think I've been on my feet ever since.
Yes.
I think I failed 2 out of 3 death saves fighting death bugs or spiders, and I made it on the 3rd death saving throw. Otherwise, I was about to be toast, and I did not have a new character planned.
Early 5e is
Early,
scary
yeah.
sometimes.
Anyway,
Oh,
Naya's stamina has actually grown quite a lot with her, but now she is at a point of, yeah, I think I better hit the rack. I got another day of flying tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Another night of camping. Another morning with no redshift, no first wave just yet. It's only been 2 days now on your 3rd day. Which way do you want to go?
towards the estate.
Yeah. Continuing towards the estate is definitely the way to
Continuing
go
where
here.
we think the estate ought to be, but are we now about the halfway point
Yeah, to be-
between where we were and
Yeah, I
Beth's?
mean you're getting close to halfway. I mean, how many hexes? Is it? It's 22, and you're going to be traveling 12, so almost half. Or wait, no, yeah, that's half.
So we're gonna go like here.
You could do that if you want. Either way, you'll get to the edge of the desert tonight, and then tomorrow morning you'll be able to cross over onto the grassland.
Okay.
Do we want to go straight north or do we want to hook at the end? That's my
Remind me where the estate is supposed to be, approximately.
Halfway
between
northeast of you,
Alsace,
yeah, or east northeast.
Let's go straight north
Or-
and then.
Well,
north-
I think that's
north
going to take
northeast
us
is
too
better.
far out of the way. We need to go.
We can hook at tomorrow into the grassland.
Yeah.
Like that.
Right. That's actually why I was asking, because I was thinking the same thing, Alice.
Yeah, 2 straight lines would be faster than a bunch of jiggity jagged.
All right.
Well, it's Texas, so it's
I was
actually
going
all
to say
the
it's
same.
actually the same. Yeah.
You're right.
But I like Alvastaver's attitude. So I mean, you could just grab that token and move it wherever you want. There you go.
Just go.
It feels so less intense without the encounter roll.
I know. Yeah, it's very peaceful out here in the dust. Naya, are you flying again today?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you go ahead and give me another perception roll this time?
Yes.
You're looking for a 19.
I'm riding on there.
Make sure you're doing the perception off the eagle. Oh, nice.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
I
guess it doesn't matter.
What's the eagle's score? What's the eagle's perception?
I think
I can actually look.
Did I close it?
Oh, it has advantage on these. It has only a +4, but it has advantage.
Well, shit.
Well,
Okay.
it's a mental stat too, so she keeps
Oh
one
yeah,
of her
so
mental stats.
okay, so you'd have
You'd use the eagle's perception, but you'd use your score in wild shape.
so I think
if I do,
wait.
then your roll is still valid.
Wait, no. What the fuck am I doing? I'm gonna use my fucking.
no, but see, that's the that's the eagle's perception.
Can I roll that again?
Hold on. Because
how do I do this?
No. You did it correctly because you're using your mental stats on the eagle, so you actually have the same score. It doesn't actually change anything.
Okay.
Not in this
Aren't the
case.
reasons these are so expensive because they give you advantage on perception?
But I didn't roll with advantage, so.
Well, you rolled the second time, so you got the 23 as the high one.
Yeah.
I mean, Naya already got it. Doesn't matter.
No, Albus Tavern. Normally, what they do is just make it so you can see twice as far, or zoom by 2. But that really good spyglass is twice as good. What you Naya, you spot what you think may in fact be that keep, or that manor, or whatever it was that Eska was mentioning.
You can like point towards it with your beak or something. I could try to spyglass it.
There is definitely a blocky structure on a hill out this way.
Neat.
That is a lot closer to the tower than halfway from All Saints. That is a lot closer.
That's true. Eska's never left All Saints after all.
Right.
I mean,
good
that's
point.
3 days of travel before they could overnight with the night.
Yeah, it's more like a 3/4 stop than a halfway stop.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
But yeah, Naya, you can confer to the team that if that is indeed the location that you're seeking, you think you could probably get there in another 2 days.
What?
Yeah.
By the way, what does the tower look like through the spyglass?
I'm going to suggest you don't do that.
I would have been on the Eagle.
I think we, if we do the super steed right, how much faster could we get there?
Those get you a little over double speed.
Let's probably think about doing that to get there then.
Okay.
Y'all get yourself some mounts.
Might be an option.
Mount up like Mount Lauren.
I mean, they'll go over sand pretty smoothly too, so we can use it on the way back. I think we wanted to go at a little bit of a slower pace to not overextend too quick and make sure we were going to be not going into danger or anything.
Well, also, you got to go slower in order to see things sometimes.
For sure.
Right.
So
Um,
now that we've seen it, I think we can maybe move a little faster at it.
Yeah. Now, Albus, did you want to look at that tower?
Just for a bit.
Yeah. You can't exactly see the base of it from here, but
Damn, I'm high up too.
oh yeah, I guess you would be able to. Yeah, 'cause it's pretty flat over here. You see the same sort of blooming tendril structure, and you can see that large pit around the base. Um, Even if you look up, it's still impossible to see the top. It disappears into the sky and the clouds at a certain point.
Yeah, I'm not so interested in the phony illusion. I'm really interested.
Um, from here, you're not going to be able to see. I mean, definitely not more detail than Naya got scrying.
Yeah,
Are you looking
absolutely.
for anything specific?
Yeah, just like what is the current climate is, like the environment, if there's any way in or if there are any life forms. By
You're a bit too far to see anything like that. You don't
yeah,
see anything obviously door shaped, at the very least.
no giant.
it's also really hard to get a sense of scale because the tower and the creature, the presence that inhabits the tower is so vast. You are a
understand.
dot against that.
Yeah, I understand that your brain is fuddled by magic. Us gnomes are born with the stuff.
You don't feel anything weird looking at Albus. No
I mean,
influence.
other than the fact that it just, goes into the sky indefinitely.
Yeah,
Things don't do that.
correct.
The structural, like the tower isn't big enough at the base to have a structure to support that. This is
Yeah, you
obviously
don't. It doesn't really make sense how it hasn't fallen over.
Yeah, this is an illusion. I'm probably just not close enough, and the fact that you used magic, if like we're at the bonfire again and you warned me about doing it again, um, like the reason why I was probably not affected is because we're not close enough yet, right? But I trust me. Well, once it starts going, I got this like thing. Mont Lauren, your people have something similar too with like sleep magic and stuff like that. But us who are born to the magic, more fey, can, we have our advantages. That's obviously an illusion. That's all I'm saying. There's no way that could be real. I mean, look at it.
Pretty logical. I
Or
don't
if it
feel
is,
like the Redshift has been a place where you kind of leave your logic at the door, but
if it is real, it's like hyper real, like in the way that our influence on the past is. Like,
right.
I'm gonna be honest. Am I really the champion of a small town and an ancient empire?
Well, no, Kieran
Well,
was.
Oh no, yeah.
But actually, I am because I can't.
right.
Well,
In
no,
your past.
you don't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
So no.
Oh, I don't. Apparently, I don't exist. Rumph, I'm gonna go to sleep on that note. This
Albus never
champion.
disappears.
Well, yeah, you got another camp out.
everybody going to be sick of camping out by the time this trip is over?
I mean, you've been good
Like
for
we're
a
not
while.
already sick of camping out. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's been the job for a long time.
It's better than a mine.
Uh,
Well, and we've had some creature comforts for the last couple of years. We haven't been camping out, roughing it camping out for a while.
Shose's been a bit comfy, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. It's been a while.
Even Airplanes has been comfy.
It's been a while since we actually camped there.
If I'm camping out, is Keen warm
No,
like a dog?
no.
Not anymore.
She's not cold either, but she's I mean, you know, touch the
Well
side of
insulated.
touch the PC tower that you're using.
Well insulated. Okay,
Yeah.
that might keep me nice in a very very cold environment.
Now the next morning, before you all commit to using phantoms, let me actually within
All of us don't have.
what?
All of us don't have to. Some of us have steeds.
No, the phantom steeds are way faster than anything you have.
Oh,
That's
they're
the- yeah, that's the
shadow
problem.
fax speeds. Okay.
But before you commit to that, let me pull you up into this hex that you're about to go to, because you'll encounter the edge of the desert of the Dust Bowl.
There is an edge.
Are.
Oh wow, it's a river. I didn't notice the river.
You didn't roll high enough to notice it.
Oh.
You were like one short.
Gosh, was I one short too?
I think you rolled one less than him, so yeah.
With a 23? What?
No, it was the other one.
It was the other roll. We were looking at different things with the 23. We were trying to scout out
Yeah.
the building, the estate.
So, yeah, obviously that Phantom Steed is still in play, but before, I mean, pretty much, very short time after you're packing up camp and moving on, you reach this this river, which stretches northwest and southeast in a very long distance. You imagine you'll have to cross this at some point, and this the narrower spots right here.
You just
Doesn't-
cast Water Walk for everyone.
Good. Yeah, it doesn't look too deep. It's not flowing too fast. It's sort of a rocky shoreline and cuts the biome clean across.
I suppose while we're here, we should check the quality of the water and try to figure out approximately where it's going and coming.
Exactly, Nimbus.
Here it's flowing southeast.
Okay.
Here.
And yeah, you could do a nature check if you want. See if it's clean and
I don't know.
I'm going to use shape water to kind of help, push and pull a sample of water, observe it in different light and stuff, see if there's particulate and stuff in it.
you could have
Looks
advantage on
murky.
the check. This.
All right.
It looks like river water to me.
Yeah, I mean it's not crystal clear, but it looks plenty potable. Scoop it up, boil it, and you'll be fine. Or magic to filter it. This looks like it would. This may very well make a fine place to put a campsite, a more permanent one.
Beachhead.
You know, you could get a bridge going over. These are just thoughts. But
Well, if this is a natural river, the Veshans ought to have built a bridge.
yeah, you and Naya don't see a bridge anywhere nearby. If there ever was one anywhere within a day's journey of where you are right now, it's long collapsed.
Well,
I'll just go ahead and cast water walking.
let's
Somebody can just walk across.
mark this spot here on the map, though. This is definitely a good, well-resourced position.
I'll make sure to mark it for you.
Good idea, Mom. Another good investment.
What are the trees on
Right.
the other side? What kind of trees are they?
Similar to the ones that you've seen in Western Vestoth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's as though the desert that has pocked the middle of this kingdom has sort of just plopped in there as an interruption in what would have ordinarily been miles and miles of fields. And across the river on the other side, you can see that aside from the occasional couple of trees dotted here and there, it's really just rolling hills of grassland as far as the eye can see.
Are there any like freshly fallen trees nearby on the other side?
You don't see any freshly fallen immediately.
Okay. I was thinking maybe we make a little bridge for later, but we can come back and address that another time.
All right. Now, before we do anything, sling a rock across the way. Nice,
All right, you want to move your
bright-
token up? We're not in initiative, so you guys can move relatively freely.
I'm pretty sure I can get it with my max range. Yeah, 120 feet.
Slings go that far?
120 feet is max range.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you pick up a stone and sling it across.
Nice brightly colored stone. Make sure it gets across, guys, before you cross.
You can just walk on it.
Yeah, and then get affected by some secret redshift trap that shifts you. Did anything happen?
He's being careful. Yeah, you before Naya's casting the spell, you fling the rock. It lands in the grass and bounces a couple times, and nothing strange happens.
My goodness, the redshift just made it bouncy over there. Try another rock.
Holy shit. Yeah, let's do it again while she's casting.
Right, you throw another rock, and this one slams into the dirt and stays there.
The bounciness is impartial. Be on the lookout.
Exactly. No.
Hey, you might want to write a song about this one.
I hit one of the trees, a rock.
I was more amused by your.
You get a thunk, and a couple of birds fly out of the tree.
Oh, well, at least you didn't hit him.
Are the birds weird?
Oh, they look normal.
Holy shit.
Most
something-
critters out in the zone tend to look normal. Every now and then you'll bump into one that's been shifted.
If it's shifted, it probably isn't going to last too long, unless it's something cool like the ivory tusk.
Yeah, right.
Or the shit talking bird.
We
It's a
find
real
that
shame
thing
you
again, we gotta capture it. That thing's great.
All right, so Naya, you did finally cast water walking.
It's a real shame we didn't capture the ivory tusk and then breed it.
I'll take
Okay,
that,
how
yes.
deep is this shit?
It's just water
yeah,
walking.
Apparently, doesn't matter because she cast water walk.
Oh, nice. All right. Thanks, though.
All right.
All right. The moment you all step foot on the far shoreline, as you take your first couple of steps onto dry land, once you're all there, the ground wobbles beneath your feet. It undulates like waves. Um, you don't need to make any saving throws, but yeah, for a moment, you're. Oh, sorry, I drew. Um, for a moment, you risk losing your balance. Um, and from the center of the ripples that have blown through the earth, um, some kaleidoscopic uh, crystal creatures uh, flow up through the earth and fully materialize on land. Um, they approach you immediately
Maybe they're animals. Try speaking with them.
with
They have,
hostility.
they have a language. I'll try too.
Well, yeah. Okay, they pop up there. Did they popped up and they didn't come out of the earth and be like, "Rawr," right? And they're not advancing with weapons out. They more popped out and were like,
No, he said with hostility.
They are advancing, clacking their crab-like
and they're
claws.
fucking shit. Do they seem to speak to one another? Are they making any comments? Like, are there right?
No communication that you can detect.
And they seem sort of insectoid.
They're kind of crabby.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna try to play my flute in a like, in a soothing way. Toodly two, what's up? We're
All right,
friends.
just let me know when you've all rolled initiative.
All right, I'm gonna roll in it first. Thanks.
Yeah, make sure you click your token.
Like I would have forgotten that.
All right.
All right, here's my
There
performance.
you go. All right, the two mounts get to go first.
That was my performance, though. That's me playing the soothing music. So, like,
All right, we can use that roll on your turn.
cool. I'm role playing here,
Yeah. Keen, let's see it. You're up first.
Keen is gonna move X to bet and get sense of which direction she's gonna go from Alvis. Bet, which way are you going?
You mean Mont?
Bet, Mom.
That
I'm going
mounting?
east
Yes,
in
Bet
a very
Mountain,
straight
of course.
line as fast as I can.
All right. So that was 5 to 10. Can that make?
Yeah, these things as a unit are approaching your party, scuttling forward on these thin crab-like legs. Sections of their body float through some force between the overall structure. But those claws that they are swinging around still look extremely heavy.
And 20 feet straight toward the target. Zip with 4. Okay.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Good job. Okay, so that's piercing damage. So that's a definite hit. For a total of 13, 19, which is going to turn into 9 then.
Good to know.
10
Why is it turn into 9?
the body of this
Resistant.
creature.
Uh-huh.
And because of that creature's property of resistance, I want you to roll that d20 with disadvantage.
Okay, you got it. It's not been made into adamantine yet.
Yeah. So yeah, just give it one more roll, and if it's still fun, then all right, you're fine. And then it's Warhorse.
Okay.
Big
Yep, we will charge. We will.
You really need to get that
Hooves.
Mountie one of those.
Nice hit.
Nice. And since that hit, I will also trampling charge.
Oh, nice. You do have something on. I'm not big enough to trample. Do you see the
Okay,
size
so
of my?
let's do that 5 damage first, and then we'll get the strength save.
I also like the different piloting styles. See, Bet Mountie is clearly a
Damn.
front loader, where Keen is a back loader.
Yeah, right.
Okay, is that everything Bet Mountie can do?
That is everything Bet Mountie can do.
All right, then it's Albus. It's your turn proper.
Nice. So, did my whip have to stay there?
No, but you don't have adamant.
Cool. Okay. So the adamant bit is just a topper. Right. I can get distance, but since I'm so close to it, I am not going. I hit it.
Oh, 14 is not going to make it.
14 is not gonna make it, my bastard.
Yeah, you slide off the sleek crystal edges of this thing.
Will a 16 hit it?
No,
What?
Ooh. Ooh. I
neither a
say
14 nor a
the
16.
oof.
You strike twice, and both of them just kind of your sword skitters off.
What the
Like bugs.
hate
Well, they're
that?
crystal, right?
Told you they look like bugs.
They appear somewhat crystalline. They're some kind of stone from the earth that has that's refracting a light.
So like lapis lazuli beetles.
Right.
We gotta be able to hit these.
Maybe a sapphire or amethyst if they're super hard.
Are you taking a bonus?
Your mom's a bone.
I
Wow.
don't think I can take any
Right.
good bonus actions.
She is though, honestly.
Can't take like a
Right.
dodge
A
action. or
true
anything
gift to the
like
world,
that,
a
so
bonus.
Right.
That's right. Yeah, you can't dodge. So okay. Then Nimbus.
All right. I'm gonna. I'm still on a Phantom Steed, right?
So we did not fully commit to casting that spell for everyone. So I don't know. I wasn't sure if you wanted to do it before you got here, but considering you guys got here in like 15 minutes, I was assuming you did not do it quite yet.
Oh, I get you. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5,
gotta
6.
deal with these
You do
ones.
still have water walk for like an hour. So.
Yeah. Actually, I would probably go to here then. Let's see. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah, from here, I would just attempt a frostbite to see if it even hurts it, or if it bounces magic back at people in a mean way.
Okay.
At the one they're
Con save.
engaging with.
Oh wow, it failed the con save. So you're able to strike it with a frostbite, and it looks like it has some effect.
Well, if it doesn't have resistance to cold damage, then it would have definitely taken, or no, if it doesn't have immunity, then it should be taking full damage.
Yep.
So, okay, cool. So cold at a cantrip level works.
Cool. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right, then amber greens.
All right.
Well,
did you have something
actually, I think with that knowledge, I'm going to cast a frost breath on Bedath, which
Very
is a bonus action, and I am going to do that as an upcast level 3. It's not doing that damage right now, but
Yes,
in fact, that one would actually be bumped to a 2 anyway, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, so I'm going to put my level 3, fill in 1 pip there. That is the end of my turn.
Then amber green.
And to be certain about things, Bedath usually flies a little bit high and behind, so like 15 feet in the air.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Bard.
Yeah, that's me. So clearly we're fighting now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's happening.
Yeah.
All of
Wrong.
them are converging on this point that you've stepped on.
Right. So they're interested in here, right? I mean, on us, but because
Right. They're
here.
repelling invaders.
Why must I deal with this way? All right. They seem so like mechanical. I feel like there should be a better way to deal with this than this. But
You could ask them to go away. Maybe use your hammer.
right.
Maybe you can compel them with something.
I was going to say that requires some sort of contact. I'm hoping there's a way I could do this.
Who's got the command sentence thing?
Well, keep in mind it may
might
be a
not
command
actually-
sentence, but that does only last 1 round.
True.
It's still a command.
Yeah,
But I think
commands
they
and-
actually need to understand the language too.
The artifact makes it so that is no longer required. It's
Amazing.
a very powerful.
Yeah, it
but
is.
It does not make it last longer than 6 seconds. So
Sure enough, but these things don't seem to be like sentient, right? Like they probably don't have memories.
hard to say. You've only known them for a month.
Yeah. I've been hardly known you bug beasts. But like no, I could modify memory, but like probably not all of their memories.
Yeah, and that just basically you change like the last 10 minutes, right?
Something like, right, but I could maybe change it to it's been revealed that the that heaven is in the ocean. Go there now. Right, or even heaven is far, far away in the other direction from us. I mean, that gives us 10 minutes. Like, I don't have to kill them necessarily. Go there. The biggest ice cream in the world awaits. I like ice cream.
I do think a component of modified memory is that it has to be somewhat reasonable as well.
I think that's true of like dominate or whatever. I don't know that it's true of modified memory.
Dominate is actually the one where that's not true. Dominate, you could tell somebody to throw themselves off a cliff.
Issue commands to a creature where conscious was blah, 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 blah.
Modified memory, I seem to recall, like if you give them a ridiculous memory, they might just write it off as a.
You know what? Actually, you might be right. Let me think. Well, here I'll link it so then.
That memory.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Final paragraph. Particularly if the memory contradicts the creature's natural inclinations, alignment, or beliefs, and illogical modified memory,
enough.
it's dismissed perhaps as a bad dream.
Yeah, what even is that? No, it's not true. You're the monster. You're the monster. I'm not the monster. No, you're a monster, actually. No, it's bullshit, but I'm just gonna have to, do the thing.
Do it.
Also, you're fighting it, so it would have advantage on the saving throw anyway.
I feel like, wait, is this selecting it for me when I click it?
You just gotta click the spell.
Oh shit! All right then.
Yeah,
As
that's the other one where you have to target.
Good one.
God damn it!
Doesn't matter which one you're targeting. A 12 is not gonna hit.
That's why I said, God damn it!
Yeah.
Nice damage despite the one.
Oh yeah, because I burned a level 3 spell to do it. So
Not bad. Alas.
you'd assume.
All right. Well, do you have anything else that you want to do?
Yes, I will curse out loud. Goddamn monsters! Why do you bother us so?
Bugs.
Dice will work.
Go on.
All right.
Come on, Bear. Why are you fucking with my kayak?
Just leave it to
Martin, can I real quick ask you if you wear a helmet?
I do wear a helmet.
Yeah.
Okay. The creature before you, as Keen and Bet Mountie charge at this one and force it to stop short before it can reach its original destination. It reels back from the couple of hits that it takes, but you see one of these great claws that is sort of floating at a shoulder, and snapping these two static, the rigid stone parts together. It reels back, and you brace yourself. And then the creature stops. You see those 8 yellow orbs in its what you would call a face blink rapidly in some kind of inscrutable algorithm. And then it attacks Alvis Tavern instead.
Oh.
First one doesn't hit. So the second claw does hit Alvis Tavern. Pretty sure 27 hits.
Ouch.
Yeah, 27 points.
All right. So you take,
I can intercept that, I think, right?
all right. So go ahead and intercept the damage.
And
Hold on, let me figure out what
then,
that is.
then
There
I'm
it is.
gonna
Yep.
for being rogue.
So I need to roll what 1d10 plus my prof, which is 4. 1d10 plus 4.
Okay, so you might be able to cancel almost all. Yeah, you should just add a D10 roll to that item.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so Mont uses his reaction. Alvis, you only take 4 damage instead.
2
Um,
damage.
do you still want to blow your reaction?
Yeah, no, I'll do that.
All right, so you cut it down to 2 then. Nonetheless, that is intercepted. Mont, you're able to bat this thing's claw like off balance as it scoops him up. But Alvis, you are very much scooped, and I'm just gonna move your token for the sake of uh, coherency. You are lifted in this creature's claw. You are grappled by it. Um, and the escape DC is 18. You can try to escape on your turn if you want.
Sweet.
But it has grabbed you around the abdomen, and you feel you honestly you feel at threat of being split completely in half.
Okay. Does it
Um,
lift Keen up too, or is the thread
no,
binding me to her?
it
To
yoinked
snap
you
it?
straight. It yoinked you straight off her back.
Oh, I'm tied down.
Are you?
Yeah. It was part of the thing that I did during my downtime.
I see. Then in that case, let me double check this thing's strength. How heavy is Keen? Not
I was gonna say,
probably not heavy enough.
Yeah.
Getting off your ass as it picks you up off the ground. Boink.
Yeah, that would really suck. It's
The yoink is pretty hilarious, I gotta say.
Right?
Thank you, sir, for the yoink.
Well, okay, so you're tied down by ropes, right?
yeah. I'm like, does the rope break? Like, I could see the rope breaking because
Because the rope has like 10 HP.
something like that.
I'd say probably in this case, yeah, the rope would break before Keen would get lifted.
Okay.
Because this is a pretty bulky, big rock creature. So yeah. So it grabs you. It gets one of its claws like in between a couple of those ropes and just snaps them on the way up. And you are now in the air. The other creature is going to go there, and Ambergreen is going to try to grab you.
Why would it do that?
Well, it does not seem to like you. Okay, it grabbed you.
I'm so small and unassuming, though.
Too bad, I suppose.
Well, all right.
You've been grabbed.
Toenails there.
So it starts to lift you off the ground as well, and similarly, this thing is clenched around your abdomen, threatening to snap you clean in half.
Yeah, you don't know what you're doing here. Actually, it's really bad for you that you're doing this. I'll just shout that. Yeah, monster, this is a bad idea.
In response to your words, the orbs on its face flicker and shine in and out in some weird pattern you'd never be able to replicate. But it does nothing else.
All right, you're forcing me to. This is gonna be bad for you. I'm sorry.
Naya, you're up.
Oh.
Oh,
I thought of something, so I'm looking at the details that I wrote down a long time ago. Okay, well, I can't find what I thought I was going to look for. So I will. Okay, I'm going to come down this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't really get to the one behind Bet Mounty without inflicting something on Bet Mounty and Keene and possibly Albus and Mount Lauren. So it's going to have to be the one by Amber Green.
Yeah, and I have to.
Is Amber Green up in the air, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I didn't ready inflict wounds, so I can't actually do that. I have to do it via some other sneaky way anyway. I was threatening it based on a spell I don't have ready. I mean, hey, Bluster, he doesn't know.
I'm going to do something just super simple and see how it goes. Wait, I gotta. Since we know that one works.
All right, and you're targeting the one that's grappling Alvis.
Amber Green.
Okay. On save. Fail.
Yay. And I think that is it for now.
Okay. Then Bedeth is up.
Just as a reminder, both of the ones that have been hit by a frostbite have disadvantage on the next attack.
Oh, good call. Well, okay, so the one.
Oh shit! I never knew that. Damn! Thanks for saying something.
It missed the first slam, so that ended up being irrelevant. But thank you for the reminder.
Oh yeah, it did miss the first slam. I'm just too good. Too good for my.
All right. So tell me how they're being grabbed. Are they like being wiggled around? Are they held still in a specific position?
Gonna get chopped in half.
Yeah, they're. I mean, have you ever seen just a crab hold prey up?
Yeah. Okay. So most of it's exposed.
Crush.
So we're gonna look at trying to assist Amber Green here. Well, wait, shit, because he's got two other ones coming in here. Hit those two now, or hit this one that's threatening. I think, as much as I like trying to do more damage, I'm going to hit this one with Ice Breath.
Holy shit.
15 damage.
All right, and that's a dex save, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nope.
I mean, they could be.
What were you rolling, Nimbus? Because all I see is a bunch of numbers in parentheses.
Okie dokie. So the 2d1 is the way that you make it do a 2 if the other roll fails, and you use the KH1 feature, which takes of the two values in the parentheses, whichever one's the higher one. Now you can't just tell it to do 2 because it's dumb, so you have to tell it to do 2d1. So 2d1 is the automatic 2 that happens if I roll a 1 on a 1d8 with a frost.
Yep, I get it.
It's magic.
All right, is Bedeth finished?
I think Bedeth is going to.
What actual spell did you use?
That's off of Dragon's Breath.
Oh, okay.
Bedeth is going to kind of back off, try to be out of range, up kind of high where they're not really going to be able to hit, but not far enough away that he's not able to, maybe like right over here, but up in the sky. Can still kind of hit anything anywhere if needed.
All right. Mont, you're up.
Hopefully they don't have laser eyes.
First thing in Elvish, mustering all the regal imperiousness that I can, I will yell to them in order to stand down. I don't think that's gonna work though.
The one holding Albus Tabber looks at you. Its head tilts, and then it tilts back up to Albus Tabber.
You better do what he tells.
No. Drop it.
You better do what he tells you, don't you think?
Oh, you might want to embiggen those hands so it knows what sort of claws it's dealing with here.
A little voice crack there, Albus Tabber.
You should do what he says, don't you think?
Isn't using the gauntlets an action?
I do.
I think we made it a bonus, didn't we?
Yeah, we switched it to a bonus action.
I do feel like they're sentient enough to understand that.
Yeah, and I'm wearing the uniform,
Yeah.
which is why I was hoping I could give them an order, because he literally didn't attack me when he saw what I was wearing.
Yeah. That's what I was looking for, was some kind of a spell that I might have prepared for speak with animals or speak with plants or charm or something, but all I had prepared was speak with plants, not animals.
Yeah, I don't think they're animals anyway. I feel like they're probably guard constructs.
Probably.
Okay, well, I will embiggen my first I will draw my sword, then I will embiggen my shield and sword.
Very good.
And then I am going to attack with my new starry longsword. Does that hit?
Oh, it sure does.
Very cool.
Okay.
Now
I'm
get an
going
extra
to
D4.
Smite that.
Okay.
The
Count
embiggen's an
correct.
extra D4, right?
Yes, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep, extra D4 damage. So there's the extra damage. And then I'm going to divine smite that before they
Smite.
patch it out. So.
No, we're not playing that game. I'm gonna play Pathfinder.
Okay, 10.
All right.
Need you to make a 15 persuasion.
All right.
Go with that smite.
Nice.
Cool. Your blade. Where are you striking?
I would go chest, shoulder to waist.
Okay. Your blade leaves a bright pink gash down the center of the creature's chest-like region. Takes.
Nice. All right, then we're gonna go for round 2.
Right.
Whoa.
Oh, that's not gonna hit.
You sure? You could. Like reverse.
No. Yeah, right.
When
Nope.
you slash it once and leave that gash, and when you try to pull back your embiggened sword, for just a second, it's like your sword is made of taffy. And you blink and it's back in your hand again, but it was like that long enough that you couldn't pull off a second attack.
Right. Ooh, sketchy.
Yeah.
Neat.
Okay. That is my turn.
You always persuade your blade to not miss.
You're going to have to insist. Dear Blade, I insist.
Okay. These lads actually
That's funny.
These lads actually have a reach of 10.
Uh-oh.
So Mont, you're in range. The creature clacks both of its claws, and they propel themselves toward your body, and they stop about 3 inches from your torso. And the creature's eyes glitter on and off.
Is it the same pattern?
Impossible to tell. It's so
Gotcha.
fast that you can't even register which ones are going in what.
Gotcha.
God damn it! I should have kept the armor on.
And then the claws retract a foot.
Tell him to help me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try giving them orders every turn. Hopefully, I can turn them off.
All right, Keen is up. Keen gonna do.
He was a little distraught that I am in the position that I am. He's gonna back up just a little bit. 15 right there in order to get the full 20. Yeah. Ultimately doing some kind of pattern like that. Oh shit, I should actually grab it.
That should be doable, yeah.
Anime style, comes running in, goes to gore it, doesn't even fucking hit, and then runs off looking badass.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's another another blade skates across the surface of this thing.
Wing and a miss.
Okay, Warhorse.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna try to bash the one holding Alice.
Okay.
Not gonna pull it off though.
Nope. Oh, bad rolls tonight.
Yeah, he tried.
Cross though.
Yep. And I'm not gonna disengage, but he is gonna reposition us so that we're further away from the one closing in.
Okay. All right, Albus. So you can do anything. You're just grappled. You can use your action to try to escape if you like.
Is that
Did you see?
saving throw or acrobatics?
It's athletics or acrobatics of your choice, and the number you have to beat is 18.
Nice. Oh. And I don't suppose I can parry this attack at all.
You have already been attacked.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, exactly.
So you are now at the point where you can.
Yeah,
Obviously,
make
you
some
could
weight.
try to attack it from where you are without exiting the grapple, or you
Yeah,
could use
exactly.
your action to try to.
Exactly.
slip out of there.
I can't attack it and try to. Yeah, no. I'm gonna.
Oh, very nice.
Nice roll.
I try to slip out.
Ooh.
All right, so you noodle yourself out of the vice grip, and slide down the creature's back toward the ground. Now where will you go?
I'm gonna run up, mount, and try to hit it.
No.
All right.
Out of 11s tonight.
Yeah. 11s and 7s, it seems.
That was that your bonus attack?
Yeah,
You
I get-
used your action to escape.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Then no, I didn't attack.
Way more than pretty sure 7 is.
We can say you tried to attack, but obviously missed because you didn't have nearly enough time to make an attack.
No. Okay. I did
All right,
not want
but
to.
you're out of the grapple. And then it's Nimbus's turn.
Remember from the Super Nintendo Castlevania when you hold the whip after you've attacked and it's just kind of
Yeah.
dangling around? That was basically the kind of attack. You just kind of wet noodled.
I do.
I don't remember them doing that in any of the other ones, so I think that was just a one-off. It's like, yeah, let's just, whatever.
It's funny though.
Yeah, show off the cool technology. We can make it like the multi-segment thing that does the thing that. It's like awesome.
It's like a real chain.
Yeah. I mean, it was cool. It did half damage. You could dangle it down and kill like some stuff that was hanging below and stuff.
Yeah, you can also spin it above your head wildly.
So, seeing the state of things, I'm looking at going a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. These ones are grouped up. 5, 10, 15. Wait a minute. Yeah, no. I don't want to overcommit. We're just going to do it from here. Fancy new spell.
Oh, new spell. Nice.
Yeah.
Gonna cast a Redshift spell? Summon a sword?
No.
Binding ice.
That's not advantage, but it doesn't matter with this one anyway.
Yeah. Okay, cone facing north, I suppose?
Yeah, and obviously with the evocation, it is not hitting
Right.
Amber Green.
Okay, so that hindered
that
by
still looks
ice,
pretty
reduced speed to 0. Okay. Bing bong.
Oh.
Alright, so the one grabbing amber green fails its save.
Cool.
Good.
All right. And then that's, let's see, it's 11. That is a true 11.
Okay.
And then I guess the other one takes half.
Yes, it does.
So there'll
And
be,
it's not,
what, 5?
Not speed 0.
Hey, Naya. Actually, from here, 1, 2, probably. We're in danger. All right,
Yeah.
on to Amber Green.
Amber green.
Indeed.
So yeah, you're grappled. You can use your action to try to escape, or you could do something else.
Does the fact that the creature has 0 ground mobility help at all with trying to escape, or not really?
Unfortunately, no. You'd have to like actively interrupt the grapple in some way. If its speed is 0, it simply cannot move, even though it is grappling.
God damn it. This takes a whole fucking action. So sadly, I can't do something really cool. I can only do a half-ass cool thing.
It does. If you had like a Misty Step, you could always just Misty Step out too.
I don't have a Misty Step as it is.
What do you mean? I thought you could teleport all over the place.
Oh, I
Would you
can in various ways. It's just one way. It's just, and there is no way I can make myself immaterial and arrive somewhere else that doesn't take one action. I have a couple ways to do it. They just all take action.
Yeah.
What?
Have the grip of the thing that can cut you.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, of course I'm going to do it. It's just I wish I could do it in a way that was demonstrative and caused damage, but I can't. Instead, I have to do it in a way that's just like, what? Oh, now you feel stupid, derp derp. Right, but I can't like hit them. Like I can't do a movie moment.
No,
I'm gonna make sure you took that 13 damage you were supposed to take. By the way, there we go.
That's it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
good job. Oh me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, because I got squished, right?
Yep.
Okay, that would make me at 43. Hold up.
No. I just did it. You're at 56.
Oh, okay, cool. Hopefully I didn't just fuck that up. And if I did, you can fix it.
I fixed it.
Excellent. All right. Well, no, I'm just gonna do the thing.
You're attacking with your crossbow?
No, dimension door, and I'm gonna show up over here behind them.
Why behind them instead of way away? Because these things are going to make your squishy self hurt.
Actually, over here. Like, they're not. Come on. But
You've got water walk. You could just go to the water.
I can go wherever I want.
You could go over here and fire out from the rocks like you got a cover or something.
I could, but dimension door is like I can go anywhere I want. So I'll go clear the fuck over here. That's fine.
They're just never mind.
Are they really gonna come all after me? Everyone.
Well, you're the free one behind their lines. I think so.
Would you prefer I was like, oh look, now I'm here?
No, actually, I'd prefer you go over like here or something. Or like go over here and shoot a ranged weapon, or like...
I'm not seeing it.
I don't know.
Give me the button.
What, the button?
Oh,
over... Yeah.
Okay. I see you over there. I was like,
yeah.
Really though, I'm standing in the water at that point. How
you
long
have hours.
Let's have water walk for an hour.
It's
all right,
a long time.
Go up here on this rock, like up above on this rock.
Cool. Sure. Hopefully they won't notice you.
No, they'll notice me eventually, but like, all right, I'm teleporting away from this dude's thing.
I'm giving you a hard time, by the way.
And I'm gonna arrive somewhere where I can shoot at them from a distance. Here upon this rock sounds like a good place for me to go, so I'll go there.
They have rockets.
Look, I'm gonna just shoot at them with my magic and my crossbow, and my crossbow is bullshit.
If I could make an observation.
Yes.
Given that I suspect they're automated constructs and that the issue is that we have encroached upon the territory they're defending, and they didn't attack us on the beach on the other side, we can probably end this conflict by crossing the river.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You're saying I should teleport to there.
I'm just saying that the other side of the river is probably safe, actually. I'm not even saying that's what you should do.
Right. Like if we're going to fight this, cool. But if it was a movie moment and I'm like, I'm getting out of here, and I start to teleport, and you're my teammate, and you see that, and it's the Avengers, you call out, go to the other side, and I go, pew, and I go over there, and then, it does something, and people notice.
Right. What I'm shouting is, I think they're defending the grass.
I think they're defending the grass. Well, all right, I'm still up here on the rock. That's a good place to be.
If you get off their lawn, they'll probably leave you alone.
All right, well, I'm on the rock, and I'm aiming my crossbow, not that I can shoot it, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so this southernmost at this point, Montlarin, this creature has disregarded you entirely.
No. No. Stop it. No.
So the first attack here does have disadvantage. So
I'm decked out in so much Valerian shit.
Oop.
I got a Valerian crown.
I think you dodged.
I think I did dodge. I think I dodged while I'm
Veshin?
saying all this.
Veshin?
Yes, I'm wearing a Veshin crown. Don't you see my rings? I'm clearly of this ilk.
They probably speak Elvish.
I've come to trade. Parade.
You dodge to the left, and one of the pincers slams into the ground to your right. You dodge to the right, and one of the pincers slams into the ground to your left. Okay, this creature is stuck. It is going to waste a turn helplessly struggling against the ice.
Cool.
Creature's going to move up. Amber Green, it's in range of you.
Sure enough is.
So it's going to try to pinch you.
Can't pinch me, bitch.
Oh, no, apparently not. All right, let's try one more. It gets 2.
2 pinces?
Got 2 hands. Oh, that was even worse. All right, we can all have bad rolls.
Hey, can't pinch me, man.
It sweeps over you, and you duck under the claw, and then it's Naya's turn.
I'd mock you, but you're an automaton. Right?
I think that's pronounced pince.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. He has been.
I was happy to have her out of the fight for what it's worth.
Yeah, that's fine.
Why is her name not updated?
Because she didn't roll. You didn't roll for her to have initiative.
Token was fucked up.
Oh.
Oh, it's weird. It was working in town.
I must have edited it, but not updated the.
Okay. Well, I was hoping to use a cone, but I have to get way too close for comfort. So we're going to go with this. Let's see. And we'll target. Is this one dead?
None of them are.
No,
Is it icebound or
That's
something?
the one that's
it is
isomobilized.
icebound.
That seems like a good one to do some more damage to. So we will do that.
Y'all should fall back to the beach when you're done.
And I am
See, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm moving out onto the water and
Okay.
off the beach and the grass.
Well, it makes the con save.
Okay.
So,
So it
yeah,
takes
that's-
half, right?
No, that's only for Nimbus.
Yeah, it's because he
a
has.
cold
Fan-
wizard power.
Fancy evocation stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, Naya, so you can move.
So I did, and I just moved back one square onto the water instead of on the beach.
I think we should
Okay.
get to the beach on the other side.
All right,
For what
but
it's
I
worth.
can't go very far without producing a.
Ah, right. You're like me. I forgot. Yep.
Without producing a what?
The retaliatory effect that I can't remember the name of.
Attack of opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
You're not adjacent to anything that.
Yeah, no, you should be fine in that regard. I think you're just slow, right? You only have like 5 tiles.
Yeah.
4 tiles.
Well, okay, so I'll do another one.
Yeah, you can. You've got a speed of 20.
Okay, yeah, I was looking to prevent an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, that's only if you move out of the melee range of a creature.
Oh, okay. Learn something new every day.
Adath.
So Badath can only hit 2 out of 3 of the ones in this group here.
With a 15-foot cone, I'd say so, yes.
So it's going to be this one and this one.
Okay. Dex saves. Left and right. I
Nice.
think both of those.
Nice.
Yeah, they
That's
did both
Nice
fail.
damage. I assume he has enough speed to get back to there where he's sitting. Right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Fly speed of 60, so definitely.
All right then, Mott.
Okay. One more time to the one that I am adjacent to. Stand down. Well, that's better.
Nice roll.
I don't know if it'll help, but it's better.
It pulls its pincers out of the ground and it looks at you.
Okay.
The eyes flicker new shapes.
Okay. Would you allow me to give another command, or do I need to wait for my next turn?
You could do one more.
All right. In that case, I will tell it to return to base.
You'll need another roll.
Yeah.
It tilts its head, but does nothing else.
Okay. Then without attacking it, I'm going to reserve an action for if it attempts to attack myself, Alvis Taver, Keen, or Bet Mountie. I will issue a reprisal,
Okay.
and that'll be my turn.
This one is gonna move up this way. Nimbus,
Mm-hmm.
you're a little bit on the water, but not quite all the way out. So you're getting slammed, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Nope.
Definitely not. Nice.
Splish, splash.
Both of those were completely whiffs at
Oh
the
yeah,
air.
they were. The one up north will start to move. Then it will look at the one it's adjacent to. It will pause for a moment, and then it will ram one of its pincers into the ice, freeing it of that problem.
Pilots.
All right, Keen.
Keen will take me away. I can 15,
You sound pretty
20,
much underwater, Alvis.
25.
I think he was just mumbling.
It was weird though. Like it was almost like it had an effect on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Team will move there and reserve an action to try to trample anything that comes by to pick up its master.
Only moving 25?
Yep.
All right.
Standing up by this rock where that Mountie is, he's my emissary. It won't attack him, so if I use him as a wall, it won't attack him. Won't attack
Okay.
me, rather.
Yeah, it's your horse's turn.
Okay. Yeah, and that one didn't attack anybody, right?
The one that Alvis just ran past, it did try to attack him before you yelled at it.
Happened before you yelled at me.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was running that through my head. Cool. Okay. In that case, I think that Mountie is going to attempt to, let's say, over here towards this guy. Sorry, Alvis.
It's worth
He's
noting
not
that
gonna.
these creatures are very much the size of your warhorse.
Yeah. I figured. Yeah, he is not gonna attack though. Instead, he'll reserve an attack for if somebody tries to attack him or me.
All right. Alvis, what are you gonna do?
Albus is gonna look at the sentry. He is thinking at it warily. And it is going to hold a Veshan coin in front of it, reserving an action to attack it if it comes near.
Okay.
So it's just like
You
in
think
one
there's like
hand,
a road tax?
Trying to bribe it.
yeah, exactly. Like in one hand, I'm all like, "Look, I have your coin." In the other hand, it's all like a sword.
Right. All right. Nimbus, it's your turn then.
Because supposedly he just got an order, right, to stop. So if it went through, if I attack them again, something bad might happen. But
Right.
if it is getting input via Veshin artifacts, then maybe holding up a coin will do something. How do I know? Maybe there's a coin slot.
So I'm gonna ask a question with Water Walk.
Yeah.
The ground is stable, or the water is like stable ground, but is it? Tell me about the friction of it.
It acts as normal ground. And even if the water is flowing, as long as it's not going extremely fast, you won't go anywhere.
Is it like smooth to the touch? Would it kind of like if someone tried to slide across it, would they be able to? Kind of like the friction of like wet grass. Like if you
not if the water is particularly choppy. It's as though imagine it were stone or pavement.
Okay. Is it kind of smooth here?
A little bit. What would you like to do?
I think I'm going to just tell it in I can speak languages, not just understand them with the thingy, right?
With the artifact that you got? I believe so.
Isn't there a language for construct?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I would be speaking in Veshin Sylvan and telling it, fine, we'll leave. Stand down.
Leave?
And take a
You
step.
want to make a persuasion check?
Yeah.
I want to leave. Boss, I'm not here to leave.
Oh, I don't have to go to this place. We'll find another place.
Oh.
All right. And then you were gonna move.
Yeah. Oh, I accidentally clicked that out. Oh no. Oh well.
Oh no.
Yeah. Let me. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I guess I'll kind of shout that to the rest of them. We're leaving. Just leave us alone.
All right.
What are you telling me? That's a lie.
Evergreen, you're up.
Back.
Well, table talk. We are going to come back, just maybe not at this specific location. If the entire transition zone along the river has these dudes, then yeah, we'll have to maybe figure out how to order them around a little better.
Sure enough, but I'm witnessing a coordinated retreat.
Yeah, there's no reason to keep fighting. We're all backing out.
What?
I mean, you can take shots along the way if you want, but
No,
I
don't. I'm not saying like kill them or something. I'm just saying like we can tell them to stand down and then move on.
25, so that puts me here. 25.
right. We just need to be in a place that they don't want to keep pursuing us, and then we can figure things out from there.
Rock back into the river here.
I would just like to point out that I have told you all to go back to the beach.
Right. At this point, you've voiced that we should leave. Everyone else is leaving, so the best thing for me to do is jump off this rock and move back 25.
Yeah. as far as like what you're doing right this second, that is what I would personally recommend. My point though is that I am not crossing the river with you.
Yeah, you're trying to do the thing, and we're gonna stand by close enough that if shit goes
Exactly.
bad, we can, I can. Hey, you know what? I actually put gentle repose on a readied spell, so if we have to, I can get up to you real quick and pop some silver on your eyes and say a little word and pull your ass out of there.
Oh my God.
I appreciate
I love
that.
you
Yeah.
like I loved your brother, but I'm not here to die for your elven line, you know.
All right, Ave
Yeah.
Maria, doobie grassy ass. Now get him out of here.
Yep, I do what I did. I'm going to reserve any other actions.
All right. Albus, this creature scuttles up to you. Now, Albus, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you holding the coin with the heads or the tails facing you?
Oh, shit.
Can you tell me the description of the coin, because that would influence his decision? He's seen hundreds of them.
Yeah. The heads is the head of a. You don't think it's King Erditus or Queen Arzella. You assume it's probably an older royal. And the tail is the Veshan Talon.
Is that the same insignia that's on his breastplate?
Helmet.
Yes. Yes, the armor that Mont is wearing, yes.
You probably didn't think a whole lot of it previously. But the forehead of the helmet does bear that trident shape, like directly above the nose.
Yeah. Knowing that, he'll put the tail ends up. If you want me to do a sleight of hand, since that's something he would have put together in the moment, then yes.
No, that's okay. It's easy enough to manipulate.
Okay. It's definitely
so
tails. Insignia up.
Creature is going to try to slam you.
Oh no. Sad
It will
day.
try again.
Oh, that works.
Doesn't
All
that
right.
trigger your reserved actions though?
It definitely does for trigger both of my reserved actions. So that one will miss. And I will try to attack, because that is my reserved action, was to attack.
All right. Yeah. You said, "Oh my goodness."
Maisie is right there.
Mazia, yes, but also so is Keem. So
Okay, great. Good point. I forgot Keith did that for me.
So 14, 21, 35. So that's 17. Well, so you strike back as it wraps that pincer around you again. And its face gets very, very close. Close enough that you can
Please.
see the coin reflecting in the kaleidoscope.
Please, I'll stop hitting you if you stop hitting me. I promise.
The yellow eyes
The eyebrows, your ire.
flicker in yet another inscrutable pattern, and then it drops you.
Oh, holy shit.
What?
Nice.
I sheathed my sword.
Right. This is like that time we were playing Ark, and that dude ran up to me and spoke a lot of kanji, and I opened up the voice chan and said, "Ni hao, I'm nothing. Ni hao, and then they let me be, and then threw some stuff on the ground and ran away. And I was like, Shay Shay.
And then they threw more stuff on the ground.
And then they stopped and turned around, ran back, and threw more things on the ground. You're not wrong. That actually happened. Fucking fair. You remember the story.
Lauren, this one looks at you.
Okay.
Everyone else, this one looks at you on the water.
Oh, thank God.
Naya, you're up.
She
Yeah.
is just going to back up.
Do I have to take that damage for the slam? I'm sorry.
You can take half.
Yeah, I was going to say, you still got slammed. But
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I want to.
you got nicely slammed, right?
It wasn't within 5 feet or 10 feet of anything, so
I was
I backed up 4 squares.
At the end of my turn, too, I would have been like, your coins! The insignia!
How many of you are carrying Veshan coins?
I am. I have like a double handful in my pouch.
I don't think I do.
Naya's not carrying any.
Like I actually explicitly have a double handful.
I have a bunch of yeah. I have a bunch of marks. No, I don't think I have any Veshan coins specifically.
All right. Naya, are you going to do anything else besides move a couple spaces?
Nope.
But that's going to do anything.
The suspense.
Oh, I think Badath is going to fly kind of high up and just stay above over here, kind of
Okay.
circling. If it comes down to a necessary dive and help with defense, then that'll happen. But otherwise, just chilling and floating, maybe dodge action.
All right, Mont, what are you going to do?
Okay. To the one directly north of me. I mean, I'll yell it out to the whole group, but I'll be looking at the one directly north of me. I will issue another command. This time I'm going to try to make my voice less like demanding and more like expecting obedience, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And I will tell them to make room and grant us safe passage.
Go ahead and roll.
Wow. You got the nom shove going on or what?
Yeah, good rolls tonight.
Collectively, they look at you, and there's some analysis, but they don't do anything.
Their highlights all kind of flash in a similar fashion.
If only you were an actual bard. You could, like,
Or if he had.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna dismount that Mountie.
Okay.
Step between these two.
Yeah. What has worked before? What worked before? Did I recognize this?
And I will say, what was the name of the king again?
The king that you met was Erditus.
Yes.
Erditus.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. I will say, by command of King Erditus, these people are to be taken to the tower. Make way.
Huh.
You could try one more.
Fuck. Is there anything I can do to help that roll? That's a 19. That seems like a good roll.
I don't think you could as a reaction right now. Maybe another time. But
No, but a 19 seems all right.
yeah, they look at you. There's an analysis, and they do nothing. In fact, rather than nothing, they're turned back. This one to your left, it looks at you, make that decree, and then it turns and walks this way.
What? I'm sure we're all watching
Excellent.
this with fucking bated breath.
This one walks here, looks at you, meanders this way.
I'm looking at their eyes. Do I have to roll perception to see if their eyes are doing something I can see?
I'll let you roll on your turn.
Fair enough.
Keen,
I'm curious if their eyelights, because they had that one that was right up in my face that did that eyelight shit. I'm wondering if that's an indicator of what they're doing, you know?
Same as before, we're gonna just reserve that action just in case. We're gonna stand next to that. I wish there was some way I could just
Albus,
do like a follow.
Albus, you should be well aware of the fact that the coin you're holding is pretty small and hard to see from a distance.
Yeah. Does any of the jewelry I'm wearing have the same insignia?
It does not.
Shit, dude, are you an RFID to them?
I would have to bring it up very close. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not my
FaceTime.
turn yet, but you're
Windows
absolutely
hello.
correct. I was going to perhaps use prestidigitation to create a small one space cubic foot of magnified area that makes the symbol a little bit bigger in front of the.
Do you mean you're just making like an illusory thing, or can you magnify with prestidigitate?
It's a harmless sensory effect. Magnification, light bending.
That's a bold interpretation of the spell, but I'll allow it.
Thank you. Create a non-magical trinket or an illusory image.
Okay, yeah, illusory images. Yeah, that's within grasp.
I always thought the things at the bottom were examples of the shit that you could do. So
No, see, because now you've got me thinking about like an illusion wizard that focuses primarily on light bending specifically. So
yeah,
Right.
right.
They're just like burning people with their prestidigitation.
It's nice that y'all are catching up.
No, yeah. I'll on my turn, because of course it's keeps on my turn.
Okay, yeah, that'll be your turn shortly. All right.
Is there some way I could do a follow with my remaining movement, like a follow reaction if Bet Mountie were to move any further?
Keen can use her ready to potentially move with her reaction.
Okay, no, I'll do that to follow Bet if Bet
Okay.
moves. I'm gonna shadow, act on.
Okay, so yeah, Mont, what do you want to do? Or actually, what does your horse want to do?
Yeah, he'll move up next to me.
Okay.
Expecting me to remount him when the time comes. So, oh, watch out for Vidaf. I mean, he's above you, but
All right, then Alvis, it's your turn proper.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pass that prestidigitation and be all like, "Behold the symbol."
Okay, so you magnify the space around your coin so that it's easier to see the Veshan Talon symbol.
Yeah. If it's in my ability, I might even try to create like a haloing effect, as if it was put, in a light box. Whoa.
It looks like you'll have to recast that every turn if you're using it this way, but that should be pretty doable.
Concentration up to an hour.
Illusory image that lasts until the end of your next turn.
Jeez. Okay.
Wow.
That's a really inconsistent. Well, I guess, yeah.
It is inconsistent, yeah.
Well,
I think it's supposed to be about the complexity of what you're doing with it.
Yeah, and I'm doing something.
It's not minor illusion, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. No, good point. I am doing something hella complex.
Okay. Nimbus. What's up, Nimbus?
Interesting. So this is going to be like vampire moves. I just have to like flash it in their face.
All right. Nimbus, come forth.
I bet you he's making popcorn or something.
It's funny that you laugh. That means you got the joke, and that's a really obscure
You know, it seems like the battle side of things is starting to wind down a little bit. So
It worked, though. I get to be Jesus.
just kind of move to here.
I like how Snipe laughed because that means he got that joke too.
Nimbus, if you got minor illusion, make the symbol. You got to do the shaka, or else they're gonna blast you.
They'll know you're a Halley otherwise.
Exactly.
Man, we're all about the obscure jokes in the last
Is the artifact I'm wearing, does that have the symbols on it anywhere?
No. The artifact that you're wearing is actually no, it's just a circlet and choker. It doesn't have the symbol on it.
Okay.
I was pretty upset too. I'm literally wearing a Veshin crown and it's symbol on it.
Well, you're wearing a crown that was presumably found in Veson. It might not have been, made by the.
Right. It could be.
So the DM knows that, but the story that Albus Tapper is saying is that this is one of, a collection of crowns that are the crown. Of
Yes.
Veson. I found them in the Dragon Slayer. Of course they are.
Hmm.
I'll leave it to the historians to refute me 100 years from now.
Well, I suppose if
The
that's
best
the
part is you're a
case,
gnome, so you'll be able to fight them.
Right.
I would try to form the symbol out of ice and water as best I could, or something.
How complex can you get with your shape water?
That's a good question.
The simple shape. I'd say a trident is a relatively simple shape. You know what? I'll make you do an Arcana check for a trident.
Sure.
15. So
Sounds
I figure a simple shape is like a key.
And he's also casting it at a higher level. That doesn't matter.
Very good. You are able to shape the water into approximate symbol of the Vesoth family.
Guess I'll. Yep, we're peaceful. We're fine here.
Peace amongst worlds.
Once again, speaking it in the perfect Veshan dialect, Sylvan. Last week, but
It's more of a universal translator sort of deal
okay.
than all the languages, right? So it's just you're just talking, but whoever's hearing you will understand you.
Oh, okay.
They're fucking babblefish.
Does that work while I've gone crazy from failing contact other plane? Because
Probably not, because you're still speaking gibberish in every language.
yeah, I suppose that's true.
It's just baby talk.
Or everybody else understands the insanity and goes insane.
Oh god, I love that too. There's a whole campaign built around
Um,
Oh god, I'd be
okay,
like a
so
Nilbog,
you'll
but
spend your
worse.
turn.
Yeah.
You'll spend your turn doing that.
Yeah.
All right, Amber Green, what do you want to do?
What do I want to do?
You don't have one of these coins just on you.
I don't, actually.
Not for inspiration.
Nah, dude.
Trident's family kisses on.
Dude.
Even though the history
Come on.
Does not move.
No.
No? Okay.
No. All right. We're still not fighting, though, right?
Correct. There's no need to fight.
That's no.
Well, I mean, they're doing their boop 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 shit, right?
Oh yeah, did you want to make your perception check?
I did.
There's Evergreen, do you think there is a method to the way those eyes are beeping, but you cannot possibly?
Okay. Yeah. That's my 25. I moved my 25 movement. I'm going to do that, which even puts me close to this motherfucker right here, which I'm going to be eyeing. I'm eyeing. I got my Warhammer out, and I'm looking at it.
Peace, and you just call him a motherfucker?
I'm not threatening it. I just have it in my hand on the just in case. I'm going to walk over
It's
and
only a machine.
and I'm regarding its little bleep.
Just does what you tell him.
And I'm going to say out loud, actually to Lauren, I'm going to say, Lauren, have you noticed the things on their face? They beep and bloop. They have lights. I think they say something. I think this is how they communicate with the things on their faces. The lights. Are they lights? They're lights.
They do light up.
Great. Their eyes, Lauren. I think they communicate by blinking their eyes. Do you see this?
I have seen that. I don't know what to do with that information.
Well, yeah, me neither. It's just something I noticed, is what I'm saying.
I leave that one to the big brains.
Right? I have an action. Can I play my flute and see if it affects them? I feel like it won't because I already did it once, but what if I do a performance and I roll better, you know? Who knows?
You can try, yeah.
I'm gonna
roll it in sequence to their like beeping and booping.
Well, they don't beep and boop, they just flash, and they only flash and flicker when you tell them a thing. They only do it in reaction. So like I feel like what I have to do is play a note.
What about that Veshan song that you know? Play that Veshan song that we know.
Wait, do I know a Veshan song? I think I do, right?
Boss, I found you one, and then you were all like, Veshan song here, I'm gonna play it. It's a sad song.
Right. Everybody confirms this knowledge this happened?
You do, yes.
All right. So
it's the song of Alita.
Shit. All right. Well, I'm hoping this is the right song. I will call out to Montlarn before I do it. I'm going to say, I'll play that song. The one. The Veshan song.
Sad song.
This is all free action, right? Yeah, he says do it. I'm going to play it. Do I roll performance?
Please do.
Motherfucking dice.
20 is the number.
Motherfucking dice.
20. Oh.
God damn.
Oh.
Close, though. I can't hate the dice on that. 13's not a bad number. I'm still switching my dice.
You think you got the song almost correct?
Yeah, I'm playing from memory.
You are playing from memory. They watch you. Then, on their turns, this one's gonna just meander this way. This one's gonna just meander this way.
Fuck you guys. Should I try again? Or
you know what? Actually, let's try something different. I'm gonna give him assistance on that.
Well, I mean, it looks like they're doing what he said.
Well, it looks like they're ignoring us for whatever reason, which is probably fine. Probably
for
fine.
whatever reason, Montlarn just told them to make way.
He did. But make way and ignore is not
so-
quite the same thing.
That's correct, Ambergreen. They are simply meandering around the space. They're not really paying most of you any mind. They occasionally glance your way. The three of you are not on the land two of you have your symbol presented at all times.
Yeah, I got my flute out for what that means. Whatever. Some beings that might be more in tune with reality than I am might understand what that is.
Right now, Lauren and Alvestabber, they're completely ignoring you.
Well, crazy. You guys are right there on the surface.
Indeed.
Right, you're on the ground right there.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean they won't change their minds when you guys step on the ground.
Oh, sure enough.
So,
Sure enough.
on my turn, I'm going to give any of you that don't have a Veshin coin and explain what Alvis Tabber was able to do.
Do I need to do any more notes before you guys understand the joke?
Yeah, they're just rolling around. We are out of combat for now.
All right. I'll take your coin, Mont. I don't know that I'm stoked to step on the shore until we're ready, but
All right, so this is a loan. It has an interest rate.
well, now I'm glad that I got Mont's coin.
But you know him.
Right. I'm just fucking with you. Right. Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're seeing Salmas again. He's like, I've come to collect the debt.
I know. Hey, he said he was fucking with me. Yeah, and now I'm fucking with you. All right. Hey. We fucking with each other. Now, here, you gonna pay up? Am I gonna break your kneecaps?
All right, man.
The interest rate?
Do this. Step ashore.
Take the
That's
coin
you,
and
Amber
step ashore. Amber Green. He went into the kitchen to pour him stuff. I heard it.
Oh, says you. I'm back.
Okay, so once we have a
the
coin, we're supposed to step ashore.
Yep. Take the coin, step ashore.
I want Amber Green to do it alone first so that we see what happens.
We're not in combat, so I have to do I can just do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Boop. On the ground. Next,
Okay.
fucking mount.
They converge.
Oh shit.
And what do you do?
Show
I bail, dude. I bail. I jump back in the
No,
water.
show them the coin. That's the whole point of giving you the coin.
Okay, I show them the coin. I flash the coin. I hold it up and I go, I have a coin of Vesha. Vesha?
They
That's off.
Vesha? Yeah, I mean, come on.
Are you holding the heads facing you?
He would be. I would have told him to.
Yeah, I would be, because he would have told me to when he gave me the coin. Right, exactly.
Thank you for helping with the pop quiz, Mom.
Thanks, Mom. He gave me the coin after all. He would have said, hold the heads towards you. And I would have been like, all right, my lion, I trust you, sir.
Yeah, no, perfect.
Lord.
So they look at you, and then they go back to me.
Ah, nice. I look over and I go, wow, it worked. I am a citizen of Esoth after all. I mean, aren't I?
Aren't we all?
I mean, aren't we all?
We are.
We are, yeah. Spartak, I mean,
I'm just gonna flash the bat symbol everywhere.
Right?
All right, let's do this one by one with everybody else.
Yeah, I guess give one a Nimbus and I'll chill by the horse over here because I feel safe by your horse.
Each time one of you steps onto the lane, several of these creatures converge upon you, and when you show them the tail side of your coin, they leave you alone.
Okay. Without provoking them further, I suggest we move on.
Yeah. I say as I'm just like pacing either side.
Why is it the tails? Do we know, or is it just something we figured out?
It's the
It's the symbol of Vesop. Yeah. Same thing on my
Oh,
helmet.
it's the seal.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the seal. Oh, so you're just showing them the seal and saying, nope, we have the Lord's, pass.
Right. We're in the club. Exactly. We know the mayor.
Sick. All right.
So are you continuing to travel northeast?
Oh yeah.
That's what yeah.
Okay. Now I want to tell you this piece of it.
What about
When you leave this battle map, you travel another well, it would be another 15 minutes away from these creatures. After 15 minutes of hiking in that direction, leaving these things behind, the ground ripples again, and 5 more of these creatures appear, undamaged.
Yep. Just pull
Not
out
the
the
same
coins,
ones.
everyone.
That you were dealing with.
No.
We're gonna have to get some banners or insignia so they can see us from a distance.
If you keep those symbols on display and pass by these creatures, 15 minutes later, the ground ripples again, and 5 more undamaged creatures swim out of the earth and accost you. And when you show them the symbol, they ignore you.
Okay. Stop. All right. Do we have spare bag or a piece of fucking cloth or something? Goddamn stick. Make a fucking standard right here with some ink or dyes or something, so they can just see us carrying a standard. Because this is getting ridiculous.
Well, I have cartography ink, but it's not really used for that. That would be a really big waste of my expensive dyes.
I don't care if we find like some muddy colored piece of rock we can rub on a dark leather bag or something, or whatever we got to do, just something that we can show things in the distance. Surely we have the materials among our heroic goods.
Back in the day, it would have been without huge armies of banners. Like, that's what bannermen were for, was to carry banners. And it would be absolutely reasonable along a road to be stopped about every 15 minutes where you show your pass.
Pretty regularly, and you show your credentials. Well, you show a abbreviated version of your credentials.
Right. So even if you're carrying a banner, because people could be sneaky shits, then they're going to be looking at your gear, at your tunic color. Does it match your banners?
I think, though, that in this case, these are automatons. They're monsters, right? They don't even know. They're looking for the thing, and when they see the symbol, they back off. So if we have the symbol floating right in front of their face, that we can just hang,
show the symbol and keep moving.
Right? They'll all back out of the way, is what I think is the idea.
Yep.
That means we need to paint it. We need to, somebody here needs to execute that.
Well, and in the meantime, we just show the coin. That's our hall pass.
Mizia says, we should get somebody from the commission to just make us one.
Well, definitely when we get back, but for the here and now.
Hey,
I don't mind if we can find some good sticks or whatever. You can just use my bedroll. I can always, clean it off later.
I bet if we get to this estate, there'll be one. I mean, he's supposed to be a hero.
Yeah, but we're gonna need to get something they can see in the distance. Otherwise, they're gonna start tripping us up on the steeds.
I guess. Well, yes. Do any of you have any better illusion magic than my parlor threads?
I got nothing.
Listen. You've been
I just think we ought to
Then
keep
the
riding
weather-
and show our tokens every 15 minutes until we get to where we're going.
Well, no, it's not going to be every 15 minutes if we're moving at a much faster speed. It's going to be every 2 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. So we just show the coin, keep it in your hand.
They have to scan it. It's like being.
I mean, it's not that inconvenient.
Well,
If
how
you're-
much is it slowing us down?
If well, I'll tell you this: if you're going at speed, and these creatures can't see your symbol, Lauren, until they noticed your symbol, you'll recall that they attempted to wallop you and only
Yeah.
stopped just short. Alvastaver, you'll recall that until one of these things got within about 6 inches of you, it was fully intent on killing you.
Yes.
Yeah, we
Um,
can't really avoid them.
No, they so far in the short time that you've been traveling along here, every time they've popped up, it's been right in front of you, all around you. They've basically popped up amidst your party as you're
Right.
hiking along.
All right.
Here,
Okay.
I'm unfurling my bedroll. Let's get some poles, so we can have basically like a big old standard sort of flaggy thing they can see in the distance. Alvis, I'm going to rely on you to use your fine inks and skill to draw the symbol on both sides. You just need to draw the outlines. While you're doing that, I'm going to gather up some dry twigs. I'm going to use Firebolt to turn them into some charcoal, and I'm going to use that charcoal to fill in the spaces that you put down.
Just use some. I have to at least shade with my nice blues and reds so that they know the differences.
All right.
Between
I'll need you to roll survival for finding the materials. DC is 12.
Okie dokie. Naya, you want to help me out with that?
How do you want me to help you?
You're a druid.
Well, I can roll. What is it? Survival.
You know what? I think I see a pile of twigs and stuff over there.
You did it.
There's a pile of branches and twigs right over there.
That's a
I think
really
we're good.
shit roll for +5. Damn.
It is.
Ouch! Yeah.
While you're working on this, who is going to defend the people who don't have their tokens at the ready?
But of course,
That'll be
me.
Anybody who doesn't have their tokens at the ready deserves to get a wallop.
I
Yeah.
mean, how are you gonna have your tokens?
Yeah, I mean, if you're carrying an armload of twigs, yeah.
In your hand, tail out. I mean, hello.
Actually,
yeah, but how are you gonna do that when you're building a flag?
well,
While you're painting.
if I'm just carrying a whole bunch of stuff in my hands, I'm going to do it the more theatrical way. It was a trick we used to do with the characters every now and then. You put the coin in like the eye socket area and you hold it in place, so it looks like you got a coin for an eye. And like I had entire scenes where I was doing that for like 10-15 minutes, so I think I can carry some twigs and stuff back with it.
So that means these creatures will have to get very close to your eyeball.
They would basically, they would be able to see the shine off of the coin, hopefully, and be able to see. But yeah, they'd have to get close enough to see the eye if I don't have my hands free for a
Pretty
second.
shit programming if they have to get within 6 inches of you to see.
Well, it's a very small symbol. I don't think they're supposed to work on a coin. You know what I mean?
But yeah, well,
yeah, I mean, I would definitely be trying to ride interference where I could.
Okay. Mont, how about you roll me a performance?
All right, here we go.
Be the good target. Oh, that's good. Anytime one of them gets a little too close to your friends who are working with their hands, you just ride up right between them. The creature looks at you. You kind of body block their line of sight to your
Shoot.
friend. Eventually, they go away. You turn around. There's another one beelining that way. But you're able to for a few minutes keep yourself between them every time. And after about 20 minutes of work and being harassed by maybe a dozen of these creatures over that time, well, Albus Tabber, I need one from you if you're doing the drawing. Give me a cartographer's tools check to draw this thing properly. 15.
I'm boiling water here. I'm gonna roll my cartographer's tool.
All right.
Boom.
Nice.
17 is higher than 15.
It is absolutely.
You think the Talon symbol that you drew is pretty accurate. You've obviously got a couple of references to base it on. It's a relatively simple shape.
When we hoist it up, how do the nearby creatures respond?
You see them notice the flag, and then they go meander around aimlessly around you.
All right.
One of them even melts.
Nice.
Great.
I'll play the song again.
All right, everybody. Now it's time to
Yeah.
get on some of these damn things and ride the hell out of here. We got a place to go.
I played the song.
Yeah.
Mucking around with
Yeah,
these things
perfectly,
for
it
the
looks like.
past hour and a half, 2 hours. I had enough of these damn things.
I remember how that song goes, you guys. It goes like
Yeah,
this.
you nailed it.
Yep. I had the chorus all wrong. Yeah, totally.
All right. Next time we'll see you hopefully get to your destination.
Excellent.
Yeah, makes sense.
Thanks for the session, sir.
Sounds good.
Nice,
Good
yeah.
stuff.
Playing.
Thanks
And
for hosting,
also,
everybody.
To end
Good
on, I
plan.
played the song perfectly, and then the anime rolls credits. What?
Right? It's the OP. Yeah.
Sounds good. Good stuff.
Very well done.
All right.
Yeah.
Everybody out there, enjoy and see you next time.
Thanks, everyone.